good until it dies. To get creative about it when it's time to charge.
Guys ready? Anything else I can help you guys with? My leave?
I think we're good. Cool enough.
Do we have a stand for the mic or we're holding it?
Oh, okay, cool.
Are we holding it?
We are.
It's really gonna mess with my knitting while I talk. It's fine.
It's not fun.
If we have granny squares, is there a specific spot to put them?
They're on the fourth floor. Fourth floor.
Fourth floor.
That's also where you're supposed to find your group at. So you got a letter when you
Yes.
checked in.
Okay.
That probably should be where you stage your stuff, but like, I'm gonna talk about it when everyone gets here. But like, you are assigned to a table and you will be making a blanket today out of granny squares. So that is great. I'm gonna go start telling people to move here. Oh, is it air conditioned here? Oh my goodness. Was that, am I in a live stream? Oh my God, why didn't she tell me?
Wait, 49 people are watching. We lost Danielle. Yeah, go look and listen to her podcast.
Listen to my podcast.
We lost Daniela. Sorry, we'll be back.
That's where they go. No one's like seen it. I know, that's why we. Well, that and speakers. Can we get this up on Where in Pennsylvania?
Shillington, Reading, what's-
Oh, okay, I'm in York, so.
Oh, yeah, okay. I grew up in Lancaster. So-
Oh, yeah, lovely. I go over there all the time. Lancaster's the big city near me. Cheyenne.
I'm Dana.
Dana, nice to meet you. I'm just trying to gather myself. I'm sweating. Running up, there's 10,000 stairs in this building.
Can you grab me for a quick video just like talking about the event?
Sure, yeah.
Shay.
I usually get back. As long as they're together, they're so right.
She's on.
That's live right now. You're on the live stream.
She wants me to watch this. I sit there.
I'll watch it.
I can watch it.
Yeah.
Because I can't watch it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll just sign in. She made me a mod, so I can do that.
There you go.
All right. So I'm not gonna.
Ask them everything.
I'll figure it out.
What is it?
I'm gonna use my I think you tell them to go and make a blind code now.
Okay.
So they need this class, and they don't.
Oh, I'm good. I'm a chubby water. You did fine.
That's fine.
Right, right.
Like, I'm not with you, spice my drink. If I pass out.
How long is it?
Yeah, so it's just brings out your iced coffee and then afterwards was a little bit.
Three.
Like I said, okay. Thank you. Okay, I have to go. Yeah. It's funny. I can't even do that because I gotta watch this thing. What's this like? Interchangeable living. Switch the like thing out with the like needles. Yeah. That's easy on this phone. Totally, I'm not. I didn't expect it to be this word. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm gonna watch you.
I'm like, I'm gonna sew and then the yarn will fall. I have to make sure I have to cut it. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing. And I don't, I never, like, that's a miss. Like, I couldn't sort of crochet badly. And, but I've never connected. Like, I like sew when something else. That's not me.
Well, I mean, that's what it's like, right?
I'm like, it's probably not gonna look very good. I'm just gonna get more yarn. I feel like too much.
Right, yeah. But she's excited about that. I don't do that. She's looking at I'm already confused.
Okay.
So I'm doing it from my. No, it's sometimes I have to come into the city.
Why would you? Can we go to the restroom in the main floor after?
I'm going to stop and hear back. Okay. So I will say watching Gabriella. I have been doing a little bit. Like, I just like it. And I was like, so I did
Honestly, the strip stuff.
and I wanted to the yarn around the bottom. And she was there, and I was and she showed me, and I was very proud of myself. That was my first foray into knitting or crocheting. It was at that time that I'm like, and then like if I I'm just like doing something small. Shane, I'm getting to, but I'm not.
I'm gonna go for something.
New York? Thank you.
What? Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you, but I gotta run out of three real quick if I have time. Yeah, 3 minutes. I'll be right back. That's my little bag behind that.
Oh, good. Propping it up.
Oh, yeah. I should have I told Vegas is Vegas is the best. I know how much we're just staying in this country. But I really don't even.
Be careful a while.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I saw the dog. Trying to figure out, some of these are bigger, some are smaller. Be careful because now the wire's up in the air.
Actually, no, I'm probably too shaky.
Yeah, leave it here because it's steady. And also the wire's on the floor so nobody will trip.
Oh, there's another desk over there.
Daniela, you want to make sure this is centered right? It's okay?
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. I am Daniela, scholar of cults, extreme groups, and extremely bad leadership. I think that a lot of you might know me from the internet. And, well, this all started back in December. I don't know if y'all remember how shitty the end of 2025 felt. And I had a pretty ridiculous idea. What if we hosted a knitting protest? And then I just talked to the internet about it without telling anybody else. And it seemed that people got excited. I figured it would probably be embarrassing, and it has been, doing my first organizing event completely publicly. But I wanted to demonstrate something, which was you don't have to know what to do to come together in a group and figure it out. And that is really what today is about. The interesting thing is, like, we already achieved what we came here to achieve yesterday when I had 4,000 granny squares in my house, all over the nation and Canada. So today is really just to have fun, get to know people that you don't know. I think what we are going to do is, as we put together this banner, is a very tangible demonstration of something not one of us could have done on our own. No single person built this, not me. I'm not even an organizer. I'm just the idea person in a crowd. One of the things we wanted to show is that there's a different role for everyone in a revolution, in a war, in a pushback. Everyone doesn't have to have the same things. I do not think I'm the leader. I think I'm the person that's good at getting up on a stage and talking to people and getting people to look and listen and then handing the mic. And what happened here was the community showed up. This amazing organizer who remains anonymous, but y'all have a poem from them that we will be reading at the end of the day, really worked full time for about 4 months to make this all come together. Somebody helped with logistics, somebody brought materials. This is what real organizing looks like. And here's the thing, we asked everyone to send in granny squares, right? So we're gonna put together a tapestry. And women sent in granny squares plus extra yarn. And this is why we win the revolution, right? I promise you this was led by a man. They would be out buying yarn right now, right? Or like zip tying the blankets together and telling themselves it was brilliant. So I keep hearing this thing that like we don't know how to organize, and especially white America doesn't know how to organize. And I wanted to call bullshit on that because we do, right? And what we really needed to do was tap into our best like MLM souls and turn people out. And also, I want to address something that I address in my content all the time, that nobody knows how to fix the problem that is going on in America now. Not me, not Amanda Smile Takes, not some of these incredible speakers. Everyone is going to have to find their role and push back. And this is generally pretty true of the world today. There are no simple answers. And when people are promising you simple answers, they're usually trying to cult you or con you. We don't like cults here, right? Community really matters, right? Does crafting community matter? It does. Because local community is what breaks authoritarian systems. I actually grew up in Brazil. This was an international cult, right, as their military dictatorship was coming down. And what Brazil did, by the way, vote down their military dictatorship. It took them 20 years, but they voted it out, and then they built a stronger democracy than we have. And when their new president, Jair Bolsonaro, tried it again, they were like, oh, hell no. And they had that cultural memory, and they knew how to push back. But what broke the dictatorship was small local government. Local politicians and individual people doing what was good for their communities, because community is definitely the opposite of dictatorship. Yeah, so that's what today is about. So I want to say, like, thank you everybody for showing up. Thank you for bringing your skills. And just in case you are thinking that I can organize because I have hundreds of thousands of followers, but you can't do that, I want to tell you about my friend Anita. So first of all, Anita is my friend because she just showed up in my life and kept showing up. It was like, we're going to be friends now. And Anita held a FOIA tea party where she invited people to come over and file FOIAs. And she's a Freedom of Information request, right? Gum up the works. And so only 3 people showed up. One of them was an international criminal attorney who helped us with the language and the FOIA filing, but could not use her name. Amita and I could both use our names. So she's filing for the unprotected Epstein stuff. She's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. If I get it, it's not like I have a giant platform. And I was like, but I do, right?
Danielle, volume up for the live stream.
So I just want to encourage you that you can know 3 people and you can still do organizing. And again, that everybody has a different skill. We don't have to agree on everything. I don't think we could agree in this room on whether knitting or crochet is better.
Both.
But we can sit together, knit something together, and work together. And that's what we really need to be figuring out in today's America. Right. So before I introduce our first speaker, these are today's tasks. You have all been sorted into a letter. Your letter matches a table on the 4th floor, and that is your team. More people are probably going to show up throughout the day, and your job is to make a blanket out of granny squares. We would like it to be about 6x4 to 8x4. The 4 part is important. There's a banner on the 4th floor that says "Not Today Fascism," and you can measure your blanket height against that banner. We would also love for each one of you to cut a piece of yarn and tie it onto the "Not Today Fascism" banner as a representation of what we're doing here. We also, as part of learning to organize, your team is your team for the day. You need to get everybody fed. You need to get everybody to see the speakers they want to see, because there's not necessarily enough room here when it fills out. And you need to identify 2 people who will be marching with the banner and 2 people who will be collecting it afterwards. Find your people and take care of them. We also have a thing called the community circles exercise, which I believe is on each table. If it's not, it's on the Knitted website. But the idea is this. Patriarchy, as we probably all know, is a hierarchy, right? It's a hierarchy with men at the top. And people start to believe that matriarchy is a hierarchy with women at the top. But it's not. Matriarchy is a circle with children and the vulnerable on the inside. And by the way, we all might move through vulnerable stages at different times in our life. So we would like you to at least have that conversation at your table as a way of practicing how to go back and have that conversation in your neighborhoods, right? What are you doing right now? What are people's different skills? You know, my husband and I have 27 years of white military experience. Our neighborhood knows to call us if ICE shows up, right? And he's different from me, right? 6'2", white, blue-eyed, blonde guy over there. He's in the most powerful body in America. And a veteran, right? And I want to thank the men who are here today on Angry Women's Day. Sorry, International Women's Day, but we're all angry, right? Because it's not the problem of the marginalized groups to solve, right? In order to solve patriarchy, we need the men to stand up. The men in the powerful bodies. And so, as our first speaker on International Women's Day, I give you a straight white man. So, my friend Mark, who is going to kick us off, who's here from Canada, I met Mark when he was a young captain in the Canadian Army, and I was a young lieutenant in the American Army, and we were deployed to Afghanistan. And I was one of the women who was at the right place at the right time to be voluntold to be on some of the first gender-integrated combat teams. And in Afghanistan, the Americans were in charge, right? It was a joint coalition of 66 countries. And as you have maybe heard me say on the internet, our reputation as a country is pretty much that we are loud, colorful assholes who do whatever we want, right? And so they sent a Canadian to teach us how to make friends. I kid you not, Mark's job was some version of teaching angry battlefield commanders how to build friendships and organize for coalition building. So he gave us a talk. I went back to my desk. I followed his tips on him. And here's the proof that they work. 15 years later, I give you, so cool, you can't know his last name, Mark.
Thanks, Danielle. So this talk is titled, What Kind of Man Takes the Stand on International Women's Day? And when Danielle originally asked me to speak today, my first reaction was to channel the performer Bo Burnham, where I literally said, Daniela, North American white guys, we've had the floor for at least 400 years, so maybe I should just shut the fuck up. And Daniela's response was, ha ha, Mark, that's funny, you should say that when you give a talk at my event. So for me, my primary value as a human, I'm aiming to leave the world better than I found it. I channel Ted Lasso in that I try to show I'm more curious than judgmental, and I happen to have this really odd tendency to move towards the sound of chaos. Fundamentally, in a lot of ways, like Daniela, I am an outlier and always have been. She introduced me, and what I was doing is sort of weird for America. The truth is, it was weird for warfighting. There are times when there is clearly, gunfighting is the #1 solution to a problem. And then when that time ends, then there's this new time where sometimes gunfighting is the solution, sometimes gunfighting just causes a whole bunch more problems. So when you're trying to do long-term nation sustainment, building, whatever, you need to get ready for the phase where you're gonna have to work with people. And I happen to have a background in working with people. And so it was my privilege at the time that Daniela and I met to help all coalition forces understand how to build relationships to manufacture operational progress. So that is to say, when you have a bunch of problems and you think the only solution is violence of some kind, it's your responsibility to actually show up with other solutions, such as making a phone call. So an emblematic story of my time in Afghanistan over 18 months, over 2 tours, one with the US military. Imagine a hypothetical planning table where there's maps and there's a space marked on the map where we know that the Taliban have inserted weapons and there's a house where people live there. And people we want to get the weapons out of the house. So all of the experts show up to the meeting and they all have their own solutions. The artillery says, hey, we could shoot some rockets over there and bomb the weapons out of the house. And the infantry says, hey, we could actually kick down the doors and the walls and take the weapons out of the house. The engineers say, we could put C4 all along the wall and blow a hole in the house. And I was the loser who said, have we tried knocking on the door and asking for the weapons? Have we considered just showing up and politely presuming that these people want to live and presuming that maybe they do not want the weapons in their house, but again, they want to live? And if we show up, all of us, and we just knock on the door and ask politely, maybe we can have the guns. And then if that doesn't work, fam, we can still do all your ideas. And so that was kind of the life that I led on deployment. And it was extremely rewarding. It brought me in contact with a whole bunch of people like Daniela. And it actually laid the foundation for the talk that I'm going to give today. But first, I just need to be clear, since I do have a platform on International Women's Day, more important than knowing anything about me is knowing the tribe that I come from, and that is my family. So Trinity is my 18-year-old daughter who happens to be starting her first year of Bachelor of Science in Physics and Astrophysics. So please, if you have any ideas about what you could do with that, we love it. We got it into physics, astrophysics, now it's like, what's the next bound? Yes, yes. And my spouse, Jamie. Jamie's actually a senior HR leader in a small law firm in Toronto. And this, like, these humans are more important than what they're doing with their business time. They're actually my best friends, my closest allies. And remember that core value that I have where I talk about trying to leave the world better than I found it? Well, they're the primary mechanism through which I am trying to do that, by acting as a launchpad for my loved ones as they evolve both professionally and academically. And I think that might be one of the reasons that Daniela invited me to speak. But the other reason, of course, is that, I gave a talk once back in the days helping people build and operationalize relationships, and I'm going to give that talk now. So we'll transition. So first and foremost, folks, by the end of this talk, you will have some ideas about how to create new solutions to the business problems that you face, the business, the life, whatever problems you're facing. And those new solutions can exist through the creation and manufacturing of new relationships. So the big things, the core items I'll discuss today, first, it's think about context, background, and we'll get into the details of exactly what that means, but it's about who you are and what you want. Then you need to think about your first impressions. So first, the first impression, it's all about understanding how somebody already views you or how you come into their lives. Then you got to think about how you demonstrate value. Then you got to think about building rapport. And then you got to think about how you're going to reconnect. So those are the core pillars of what we're talking about today. And again, by the time we're done, you may have a sketch or some notes about how you might be able to build relationships to help you move forward. So first is context, and this is often the most difficult part. Before we kick off, I'm going to ask that everybody actually imagine two very specific humans in your lives. So one of these humans is a human that you love, okay? You love this person, you know who they are, they have a name, there's all the reasons that you love them. And then I'm going to also ask that you think about a very specific human that you do not love. On the opposite end of that spectrum, the reason that I want you to imagine both of those relationships is that if you reflect on the core elements of our talk today, right? Context, first impressions, demonstrating value, building rapport, and reconnecting. If you think of those as fundamental gateways, you can actually reverse engineer and understand how the person you love and the person you do not love came to hold that position in your consciousness. So first things first, context, your mission, who you are. Anybody can imagine a time when they wish they had more of a specific type of relationship, whatever it is, but what you didn't probably think about in that moment is who you were, what you wanted out of life, what you were trying to do, and frankly, where your gaps were. First know yourself, know what you want, but then also understand what's out of reach, and then start getting really specific about how you can bring that into your reach. And maybe you need to make a friendship with somebody, but you want to actually build a relationship with someone else so you can get an introduction. When you actually map this out to the relationship level and you can plot out actions on a Gantt chart, yes, I am that nerdy. It really I think a lot of people feel embarrassed about starting relationships because they feel like they're being personally rejected. If you create a target list of people that you need to meet, and you actually just go down the list every time a relationship fails, it gets a lot easier to start relationships or try to start relationships. And you can also actually distance how you feel about yourself and how you feel about people not liking you from the fact that you're really in this to win something and you're trying to build these relationships to get to that finish line. So long story short, you need self-reflection. You need to understand who you are, what you want, and how these new relationships are going to get you there so you can build redundancy into your plan. And then, of course, once you got your target list, folks, this is the last risk, you need to do the same research on them. Oh my goodness, I've realized that a whole bunch of people can help me get to where I want to go. What are they doing? What do they want? How are they pursuing the things that they want? Wouldn't it be awesome for them to accidentally meet me in the process of getting something that they want, then that friendship that I want with them, I mean, they would actually seek it from me. So context is key, folks. Just know who you are, what you're trying to do, and most importantly, what your gaps are, and then build a plan to bridge them. Next, think about first impressions. So everybody understands the stimulus response cycle where you perceive a thing in some way, and then we react to it, we react to ice cream, hypothetically with happiness, for most of us. We react to surprise fire with fear. Surprise fire, yeah. Not a nice, super relaxing fire. Kind of getting but I like to remind people that the gap between stimulus and response is you, actually. It's your bias. It's your mood. It's how you're feeling today. It's whether you've eaten. It's what the shadow of that thing or object you see reminds you of the last time you made a mistake. You're never going to make a mistake again. So back to another plug for context and knowing yourself. When you're meeting somebody, you need to plan around the fact that they may not like you very much. They may not like people who look like you very much. They may yada yada, figure it out. You gotta map it, you gotta understand what you're walking into, and you gotta be prepared to fail a number of different ways until you can either get over the obstacle or find a new ways with new relationships around it. But first impressions are key. And also, I think there are some universal things that we can all bond over and bind over. A lot of people have a lot of randomly strong opinions about how much garlic should be in something. It seems like you should. It's actually every nation that is aware of garlic that I've visited. We can convene there. Okay, so moving from first impressions, got to think about demonstrating value, right? Back to that relationship in your mind, you've got those two people that you were thinking of, when there was the first impression, but then that's the moment where you came to realize they existed. And that could have been someone else talking about them, seeing them on the internet, seeing them somewhere in a meeting, whatever. But now, what was it about that person that you loved that you thought was super valuable? That you thought was cool enough to attract you to them? And think about that person that you do not love. Where did they fail at demonstrating value? Did they demonstrate negative utility simply by virtue of their existence? And is that where you went wrong? And oh, by the way, that demonstration of negative utility, how much did that have to do with you that day? You have to think it through. And demonstrating value is key because, frankly, folks, if I can't demonstrate value, then why would you want to talk to me? Trying to chase people who don't value you is literally like fishing, where you jump in and try to swim and catch fish. It's preposterous. I always prefer to try to be as attractive as possible, operationally and professionally. And then, and one of the ways that I did that in Afghanistan was just by walking around with a corncob pipe and a monocle. So of all of my tactical equipment, everybody's getting better holsters. I literally watched an Australian once try to flirt with a friend of mine for 90 seconds by showing her that he had a knife with a skull on it. It's a real story. So, we're all trying to demonstrate value. Make sure you understand the value that you demonstrate and how it can be perceived. Because that's sense of humor is great, common value if you can pull it off. But if you can't, you got to just plan around it and work through it. So the next phase, folks, is building rapport. Building rapport, the word is founded on the French word rapporter, to remind you of someone. And so rapport is really about once you've made a first impression, if you're still talking because there's mutual value demonstrated, now this is the part of the story where you're exchanging things about each other that remind you of each other. When hockey teams come together, people always have stories about the time that they took pucks and put them into the net from another team. It was really great. People bond over that all the time. Everybody has their own form of stories in sports about how many more points they got. So, if that's your jam, go for it. If you prefer to like knit angrily, this could also obviously be a great reason to come together. But just remember, you gotta build space and you gotta build time to build that rapport. Because having a good first impression, having an initial value demonstration, it really goes nowhere unless you have the opportunity to actually grow how connected and how reciprocally collaborative the chemistry is between you and the person you're connecting with. So building rapport is critical. You gotta manufacture that. And then also imagine that every stage that I've talked about so far, right? For that person you love, that person you do not love, you met them, you had a value exchange of some kind. You build rapport, or think about the person you don't love. Think about all the times that you had exchanges that made you like them even less awkward, right? But then the last phase is actually reconnecting, because you can have an incredible moment where you connect with humans and you feel bonded, and then if you never talk again, you can't actually, there is no relationship. It's like a shooting star, right? It happened and it's over. And back to that target list that started with your objectives, you can't leverage it. So if that's delivered, if you're resetting because it was a disconnect, that's great. And hopefully you have built redundancy into your plan for building relationships. But if you haven't, that could be awkward. So you have to actually make the time to organize reconnecting with people for the relationships to grow. And frankly, if you don't, when you think about the person you don't love, if some of these ideas have helped you realize that maybe there was a lot of situational context that put you at odds against one another, that bounced you off one another, somehow this person is still in your life because you're reconnecting with them, so maybe you want to give that a rethink. So before I transition into the last phase of my talk, Danielle. Where is Danielle? She is chilling. Okay, perfect. Then I will just proceed. So folks, a recalibration here. There was an introduction where I began to answer the question, what kind of man takes the stand on International Women's Day? Said some things, and then we transitioned into me representing Daniela and giving the talk I just gave about building relationships. So now we're transitioning into the conclusion, where I'm actually going to talk about the fourth woman that I'm representing today, who deliberately asked to remain completely anonymous because she's going through a whole bunch of shit that I will not be airing. But it is my privilege as a man who has a platform on International Women's Day to read these words directly from this person. So, it is International Women's Day, and we need examples of men who will actually protect women and children and the vulnerable, men who will intervene in harm, men who will speak out against abuse and who will hold other men accountable. Please be one of those men. Please be a role model and take the opportunity to remind men to stop abusing us. Study the sexual violence, racial violence pyramid, and defend human rights. If every man who claimed to be a protector called in to demand Congress that doesn't threaten to suppress women's vote with the SAVE Act, it would have stopped immediately. If the good men stood up for victims, rapists would get more jail time than mothers who suffer a miscarriage. If it was safe to assume men were safe, a woman wouldn't be killed by her partner every single day. The bar is so low that I'm literally writing to a retired general to ask if an International Women's Day he will take even 30 seconds to hold men just a little bit accountable and remind them to stop harming us, because assuming a man wouldn't do it without a nudge is naive. Please raise the bar. Please be a part of the change we need. Please take a moment during your talk, my talk, to ask better of your fellow men. And so, out of respect for Anonymous, hey, fellow men, quoting Bo Burnham again, you shouldn't abstain from rape just because you think your God wants you to. You shouldn't rape because rape is a fucked up thing to do. So I like to imagine that I'm part of the change we need. I don't just high five once a year. I'm actually completely invested in the launching of my loved ones. That's not just money, it's time, effort, and most importantly, risk. Risk exposure and risk tolerance. And that's where a lot of the impact of the reinforcement comes from. So back to the original question, what kind of man takes the stand on International Women's Day? The kind that actually has your back, the kind that shows up, the kind that is just as ready to stand in front of you as they are to stand behind you or beside you, and to tell all the other dudes out there, the ones who wanted to be here, when you get into that sticky place where you know your environment is fucked and it's skewed in your favor and against others, and you're not sure when to kick off, just remember Rage Against the Machine. It has to start somewhere. It has to start sometime. What better place than here? What better time than now? That's it.
Hello. My name is Lizzie, and I am Daniela's manager, so you may have seen me out and about at different events. I am here to stall because the live stream is not working. So I have been asked to stand here and entertain you before Kate gets on. Let's see, a show of hands here for how many people are local. Yeah, locals. There's lots of stuff for you. Yes, Mr. Nitty Cold Lady's here. And how many of you came from like over 2 hours away? Wow. And anybody besides me on a flight? Yeah, wow. Thank you all so much for being here. Am I done stalling? I feel like I need to be entertaining if I'm going to be up here. So, yeah. Okay. So here, I will tell you, I am not a crafter, but I have learned a lot about crafting from all y'all watching this come together, and Daniela was really adamant that the craftivism would motivate people, and I had no doubt, but it's been very, very interesting to see exactly how it has motivated you. And I was admittedly somewhat emotional when I helped Daniela unpack the last load of granny squares that came in from all over the place. And you guys really showed up, all of y'all on the internet, around the world. Thank you so much for being part of this. It really is incredible to see how much people contributed from near and far. So I have been told now that I can stop talking, and I can get back onto the program, and our next speaker is Kate. Kate Powell. Kate is an administrative juggernaut who fundraises and runs nonprofits for a living. She received her Bachelor of Music in Music Industry from James Madison University. Go Dukes. And Kate, we should talk about this later because I also have a music industry background. And her Master of Public Administration from South University. She also earned her Certified Fundraising Executive CFRE credential in June of 2019. Kate was an Inside Business Top 40 Under 40 honoree in 2022, and in 2025 she was awarded both the George Robert House Jr. Award for Outstanding Service by the American Society for Public Administration's Hampton Roads chapter and Outstanding Nonprofit Leader by the Association of Fundraising Professionals Hampton Roads chapter. In her spare time, she bothers our elected officials and public administrators into doing their jobs and teaches others the dark arts of advocacy, aka being a menace. That's amazing. We're all so glad to have you here. Come perform your dark arts for us all.
People's my handle on social media, but that's what he goes by up there. So I'm gonna put my notes. Am I allowed to pull this out? Okay. Okay. I can do whatever I want. Don't say that. You might not like what you get.
Just speak up because they can't.
Okay, awesome. All right. Hi, my name is Kate, and I am a recovering evangelical and purity politics girl. You're supposed to say hi, Kate. Some of you. There we go. Some of you got it. All right, let's see if I have any fellow recovering evangelicals, ex-evangelicals. Oh no, I'm gonna put you through a test. A purity test, if you will, about being in purity politics. All right, you prayed the sinner's prayer because you were going to hell otherwise. Multiple times. Oh, yeah, but we're getting there. Stop getting ahead of me. All right, you answered every altar call at church camp just in case your salvation wore off. Oh my gosh, yes, my fellow people. You had a purity ring. Yes, great. There's one back there who's about to win the prize. Ladies, you wrote letters to your future husband. Oh, yeah. My husband was raised Catholic, and the first time I told him about this, he was like, his eyebrows were like in space. I don't understand what that is. I was like, please don't try to understand it. You sang One Way Jesus in youth group. Oh no, I'm the only one. It was a great song, guys. It's about Jesus in the way. You did human videos. Yeah.
I went to national competition.
Oh my gosh, yes! The best! Alright. I'll explain this all later, guys. We can do a Q&A later. Alright, your parents' idea of cartoons was VeggieTales. Yes. You read the Left Behind books the day they came out. I love those things. Alright, and you know what an unspoken prayer request is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, unspoken prayer request. Unspoken meaning. All right, that was super fun. Now, no judgment if this was your upbringing, and no judgment if it wasn't. In fact, if this wasn't your upbringing, you might actually have been part of some of the counter movements to this. If you recognize what I was just talking about, and maybe recognize that like your story was kind of coming up, looking at those people, as you should have, looking at people like me, like, what is happening over there? That is also valid. I'm speaking to both groups actually today. And I do want to invite you to just receive what I'm saying in all love, as in I'm talking to me mostly, and if this resonates with you, awesome, okay? But please don't take any of this as coming after you or your specific schema. It's more about challenging our beliefs, as my therapist likes to tell me all the time. All right? So I think we can agree that there were some issues with purity culture, evangelicalism, and that maybe there were also some issues with the counter movements to those things as well. And they have set us up for two things that I think we can see in purity politics. One is cognitive inflexibility, and the other is bias. Okay? Cognitive inflexibility, if you're like, what the hell is that? It's a very fancy word for black and white thinking. It's all or nothing. It's this or that, one or two, or 0 and 1, I should say. Sorry, CS people. And bias is, most of us know that, but just the tendency to assume the best about what we think, assume the worst about anything that sounds different, and not a whole lot of room in the middle. Not a lot of ability to entertain the idea that maybe there's something else. There's a third option, or that maybe our belief is wrong. Now, you're probably thinking like, did I walk into a church, or did I walk into a political thing? Did I walk into an organizing event? What is this? I bring this all up because both the evangelical upbringing and the counter movements have been extraordinarily influential in our US politics. Both extremes have fed into the machine that you see on Capitol Hill, and in state legislators, and in your city council, and beyond. If you've heard politicians talk about the American dream and pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, or if you've heard of, consent is the only bar for certain actions or the ability to engage in certain behaviors. We're talking about things that have been fed by both of these dynamics, by both of these frameworks. Now, I'm a data girl. If you have followed my channel, Kate_for the people, you know that I love a good graph, I love a good chart, And so whenever I'm trying to talk and act like I know something, I usually try to make sure that other people have said the same thing before, maybe with some research behind it. So, research, and if I had slides, I would pull the study for you, but I don't. But I can certainly send the links to anybody who's interested. There was one study they did of about 700 participants or so, looking at specifically political, cognitive flexibility, that ability to look at something beyond black and white, 1 or 0 or 1, this or that, the ability to look in the middle. And they found that partisans, regardless of ideology, left or right, had much lower cognitive flexibility than people who didn't really identify as one way or the other. In a different study, a meta-analysis, for my researchers that left, yes, the good stuff. A meta-analysis is a very fancy word for a study of a bunch of other studies. It's the crown jewel of research because you're taking data sets from so many different, studies and putting them together to answer a question. The question in here was, are liberals or conservatives more likely to experience political bias? Like which one? Or is it both? This meta-analysis found, again, over 51 studies, 18,000 different participants, that the symmetry hypothesis, as it's called, is more than likely correct. Partisans on both sides are more likely to have political bias. So what I'm saying is that your ideology cannot save you from bias or from cognitive inflexibility. You cannot look and say, well, I'm on the left, and therefore I'm not vulnerable to this. That's actually not what the data says. And I think as we look at the situation that we've got going on in our country right now, it's almost anecdotally clear to a lot of us as well. We're not able to insulate ourselves from these very human, by the way, very survival-based cognitive processes, very natural. It's how we hey, saber-toothed tiger, that is bad. There's no, maybe it needs a hug. No, we just run it. Okay? So I'm talking about something that's like hardwired. A part of living in an advanced society is being able to override some of those instinctual knee jerks in order to get to something better. So, what is the solution to cognitive inflexibility and political bias? I'm going to say a word, or I should say a concept. And I want you to not immediately freak out because, especially for my Black, Indigenous, and people of color, you have every right to freak out if I say this. Harm reduction. Some of you just cringed on the inside. You were like, how dare you say that to me? Some of you might be like, I don't even know what that means. We'll talk about that in a second. And some of you might be like, yes, that is the way. I am very much a harm reduction proponent. You look at my content, one of my pinned videos is about harm reduction voting. And harm reduction can become the dogmatic black and white thinking that I was just talking about if we do not approach it with complexity and nuance. I'm going to say it again. Harm reduction can become harmfully reductionist if we do not approach it with complexity and nuance. I swear to God, the Texas Senate race this week was such a great case study about that. We're going to talk about that in just a second. Yes, some of you went, whoa. All right. So, I do a lot of strategic planning. It's one of my things that I do as a nonprofit executive, but also I sometimes consult with other organizations. And my biggest thesis in that is that if we don't decide what success looks like and what it doesn't look like, we might as well just stop the process immediately. There's no point in planning for the future. There's no point in goal setting if we have no idea what we want that to look like at the end of the day. So, I'm going to first talk about what effective harm reduction is, and then we'll talk about the counterpoints that make it harmfully reductionist. With me? Okay. Again, if I had slides, this would be awesome. If you're taking notes, there's going to be 3 points, so you're right here. First, effective harm reduction is used at the very end of the process. In the space of political work, advocacy, we're talking about floor votes. This thing's about to be through the legislature. We're talking about general elections. There ain't no more candidates. You got 1 or 2. This is the black and white time, right? Like, it's either this or that. Or something, if we're going to get in the court sphere, emergency injunctions, right? You're before a judge, you're advocating for a stay or something like that. That is the time for harm reduction. You're just trying to get the best thing that you can get in probably the 5 minutes that you have to get someone to put an amendment on the floor, to get a judge to stop this one thing for the next 48 hours. That's great harm reduction. Number 2, the harm reduction is communicated ASAP to stakeholders with a clear plan for regrouping. So in legislation, this is you're immediately drafting new legislation to try. You're tabling legislation to a following session and telling people that you're doing it. I'll explain what I mean in a second. You've got a campaign plan for the losing candidate. Maybe you were campaigning for a candidate, you really wanted them, they didn't make it through the primary. Now is the time to talk. That's when you start talking about harm reduction, right? How do we work on the next thing? What's the next right thing here? The communication piece, I'm going to pause and point to about communication. That is so important. So I'm in Virginia. Virginia's right over there, a couple blocks. Our General Assembly this year had all these great plans, had a great tax plan. When I tell you this tax plan was the tax plan of our dreams, it was everything we needed. And because of a lot of propaganda and a lot of pushback and a lot of nonsense, it's been tabled into 2027. When I tell you the majority of Virginians think that the Democrats just gave up, they have no idea that the legislation is still alive, that we're on a biennium general legislator, therefore, like, we were in a year where we could actually table it to a following year, and that's how that works, because if it had been last year, we would have died, and like all this, none of that has been communicated to the constituents. So people are mad. They worked really hard to elect these Democratic majorities into the General Assembly, and now they're furious. So while legislators might think, oh, we reduced harm, right? We pushed it to a following year. Their voters and their supporters, by and large, think that they just gave up. They think all that effort was for nothing. That is not good harm reduction. All right. I know I'm supposed to be talking about what's good. We'll get to why it's not good in a second. Finally, third point, effective harm reduction has robust participation, listen closely, from those in a position of privilege, especially white/majority voters or other majorities who are not necessarily the beneficiaries of the harm reduction. And you may be like, that was a lot of words, what do you mean? I mean that if an issue does not affect you, harm reduction is most effective when you are robustly participating in it. Not relying on the ones for whom the harm reduction needs to happen to make it happen. Why don't the detainees in detention centers just advocate for their own harm reduction? But that's why we have advocacy groups. That's why it's incumbent on majority/white voters or advocates to get involved. You might realize that harm reduction becomes harmfully reductionist on the opposite of all three of those points. So now we're going to go through them. Harm reduction becomes harmfully reductionist when, one, it is used as a cop-out to avoid robust advocacy/campaigning earlier on in the process. What do I mean by that? It means not bothering to primary an establishment candidate who really needs to be primaried. Well, at least they're not this person.
Or they did all this great stuff for Virginia,
Right,
so
yes.
we shouldn't primary them.
Yes,
Sorry.
exactly. They did all this stuff in the past. They're not really showing signs that they're going to do. Yeah. That is harmfully reductionist. We need something better. It is primary season right now, because y'all didn't realize that. This is the time to be pushing for the ideal. This is the time, Slavery, to be pushing for your hopes and dreams. It is not the time to be going like, well, at least it's not Trump. Great. That bar is a hill. Like, that's for November. Okay, that's for November 3rd, when again, we're at that binary. That's when you can start talking in survival mode harm reduction. Okay? We're not there yet. We need to be pushing on actually what we want. Number 2, harm reduction is harmfully reductionist when it assumes consent from the stakeholders. You should just be grateful that we got what we got. And there's no plans for a counterattack. A lot of, that's just the way it is. A lot of elections have consequences. And I'm not saying they don't, and I'm not saying you can't say that. I am saying there's a time to say that. And there's a group to say that too. and it's not Black women. We're gonna get to that in a second. Number 3, harm reduction is harmfully reductionist when it relies on minority/marginalized advocates, voters, stakeholders, shelving their own needs, quote, for the greater good. If you are looking at Jasmine Crockett's supporters right now and telling them right now in March that they better get with the program, harmfully reductionist. That is not harm reduction. It is not November 3rd. They are not at the ballot box. And by the way, you don't need to tell Black women to go to the ballot box and do harm reduction. You do not. Nope. I spent all week on my channel explaining this to people, and I feel like I still would have to be explaining it for the next 6 months. That is relying on those people with no clear counterattack to shelve their needs for representation so that everyone else can feel better about the chosen candidate and ignore all of the issues with the race, with the voting day. You can't do that. So, in conclusion, I'm a huge fan of harm reduction. I think it is a great tool for breaking out of political bias and cognitive inflexibility, like I was just talking about. And it itself can become a dogma. It itself can become an all or nothing, black or white, harmfully reductionist take. It can become the next pray this prayer, you go to hell. If we are not super, super careful about when we're using it, who we're using it, who we're using it with, and what we're asking of people. So I've got some questions for reflection to end, and I'm happy to take any questions from y'all as well. The first is, what are some harmfully reductionist actions, events that you can share with those around you, or if you want to raise your hand and share it now, you can, that were done in the name of harm reduction? They were called harm reduction, they were called the best option or whatnot, but really something about it was just a reductionist take. And where do you see opportunities for good harm reduction in your own work/space/district? Thanks so much for coming to my TED Talk/sermon. I'm happy to take any questions or comments, but otherwise we can move on. I'm like looking at YouTube land to see if there's any things. Yes.
I don't have a question, but I want to thank you for spelling out how the appropriation works for people who don't understand it, because it's so crystal clear, and I shared it all over the other.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. We're about to do appropriations again, if you can believe it. I kind of makes me. For the online people, we were talking about my content around appropriations, and yeah, that's about to happen again. You can stomach that. Yes.
Do you have thoughts for a harm reduction approach to dealing with all our Congress critters regarding the war?
Oh, Jesus. All right, question is, an approach for harm reduction when it comes to Iran, especially with our congressional reps.
Like specifically trying to get them to actually do their job.
Yeah, I think that, so, okay, a couple thoughts. No, it's fine. First of all, we need to educate ourselves really well on how war powers has actually gone for the last several decades since, like, H.W. Bush. Actually, Amanda, who's about to speak, can probably tell you a lot more about that than I can. I think that the name of the game right now is the electorate needs to be super clear about what the president can actually do, which is a lot, probably more than should be allowed. Because without that understanding and that awareness, it's just going to be a lot of this shouldn't be happening, and no actual legislation/laws are going to occur from that. That needs to be a demand from the electorate. So harm reduction in this case is going to be telling everybody and everyone that you can, like, yeah, this sucks, and Constitution probably shouldn't be happening, and there's legislation on the books that really does allow a lot of it. So unless that changes, and unless you're voting that way, we're never gonna do the deal. Maybe one more, and then I think I need to wrap it up. I thought I saw one other hand. But it's not. Okay. Oh, sorry, yes.
I just have really a comment.
Okay.
Is somebody that lives in a very difficult area, being a
Blue dot or red area?
reductionist is a survival skill of mine.
Right.
But what you have shared has opened up my eyes that there is a point where that position becomes more harmful.
Right. Yeah. If you're a blue dot in a red state or a blue dot in a red county or whatever, insert analogy here. Sometimes that's the other thing. So talking about it not being a dogma. You have to use discernment. There's another evangelical word for everyone who is like, use your discernment. You do need to use discernment about when you flip that switch, right? When you go from harm reduction to harmfully reductionist or the other way. So again, if you're the blue dot, primary season is your time, right? That's your time to be like, I'm advancing this candidate. I don't care if they only get 4 votes. The point is that we're gonna get them out there. Kate Barr from North Carolina 14 just did this. Okay? And then, of course, once we switch over to no primaries, general election, or whatever, really buckling down and being like, who is the least crappy in this case, right? What's the best thing that I can do here to send a message? And for blue dots and red areas, you're probably gonna have to go to the harm reduction thing faster than everybody else. If you're in a blue area, that needs to be November 3rd. That's when you get to do harm reduction, okay? Before November 3rd, you need to be doing everything else. Okay, I think that's it. Good? Thank you guys so much again. You have been amazing. I think I've made it like impossible to go back. There we go. It's like, oh no. Yeah.
Thank you, amazing job. Very fascinating, actually. So I would like to say that evangelicals do not on the word discernment. So our next, but first of all, I have 2 things to say. One is that if you would like to be in the crafty room, you can because we're live streaming it mostly. And then second, is Jasmine here? Jasmine, hi, okay. I just want to make sure you were here because you're the next speaker. So for our next speaker before Jasmine is Madeline Odendahl. Did I say that correctly? Yes. Madeline Odendahl is a writer, maker, and stitch witch who believes in the power of our hands to make meaning and drive change. Madeline is the co-founder of Married Pin, a one-of-a-kind cafe, craft store, and community space where she is dedicated to making creativity accessible to everyone. A systems thinker and a change manager with a master's in arts administration, Madeline bridges the gap between creative ritual and operational reality. Her background as an International Downtown Association Emerging Leaders Fellow, which is a really long fellowship name, and her career in economic development and placekeeping allow her to leverage professional leadership to foster deep community input. Whether she is streamlining complex operations or practicing the transformative art of the stitch, Madeline views creativity as an important tool for community health and collective action. And she has been such a good ally to us in creating this event. I'm really honored to meet you today. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. This is so fun. Okay. I'm so honored to be here with you all today. This feels kind of like a big deal. We've been talking about this for so long. And I actually found out about this because my sister sent me a video of Daniela's and was like, it's in DC. You have to make sure you do this. So very excited. Here we are, 6 months later. So we've heard from, and we're going to hear from, a lot of speakers who have a lot more authority to speak about collective action and collective power. So I have a little bit of a different perspective, and I'm hoping you'll indulge me for a little while, which you have to because you're stuck here. So working with fiber has been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. And when people ask me how I got into working, the work of the hands, which they do a lot because I own a craft store, I say it's in my DNA. I really didn't have a choice. So one of my earliest memories is of my great-grandmother sitting in a floral armchair in my grandmother's house. She had broken her hip, and so she liked to keep things near her to keep her busy. And on one side was a crossword puzzle, and on the other was usually a ball of brightly colored yarn. And I don't know if it's one memory or hundreds of them, but I have a visceral, body memory of the clicking and the clacking of her steel knitting needles, and that very, very acrylic purple and pink self-striping yarn. And it was slowly becoming a pair of socks for my sister. And it was a constant, consistent noise in my grandmother's house. And I want you to know about her because her name was Mabel Zidema Evers. Come on, what a name. She was born in January of 1900, and she lived to be 101. And over that century, she knit enough socks and blankets to clothe her 4 children, 10 great-grandchildren, and 10 grandchildren and 19 great-grandchildren. She kept us all very warm, usually in very vibrant, very acrylic yarn with lots of pom-poms. She loved to make pom-poms. And sometimes she would let me make them too. And I remember the first time I held knitting needles. I was 6 years old, and it was not an aha moment. My hands were very small. They were large. They're long, from the 30s, steel knitting needles. These were not comfortable. Now they're ergonomic, and you teach children with fun things. And mine were 12 inches. But I loved knowing and seeing what you could create if you kept practicing. And then there was my grandmother, Marilyn. A child of the Great Depression, Marilyn was a saver. Every piece of yarn, every button, every piece of thread that came off of a project, it was saved. It went in a container for that purpose. And it was Marilyn who sat me down at a 1958 Singer 404 and taught me how to sew. She taught me how to sew a napkin. And I felt like I had been handed keys to some kind of incredible kingdom. And then came my mother, Melanie. And Melanie is a curator of beauty. She's the kind of person who buys a ribbon because it's going to look pretty next to the pine cone on her dining room table. And growing up in my home, bored was a forbidden word. The world is so full of wonderful things. I'm sure we should all be as happy as kings, she would say. My mom did not just encourage us to create and imagine, she mandated it. And finally, there's me, Madeline. I'm a knitter, a sewer, a weaver, a writer. I own a craft store, which is just enabling all of my habits. But if you can see, Mabel, Marilyn, Melanie, Madeline, I was doomed or destined from the start. And for a long time, I thought making was just a hobby. It's just a thing that I did, and some people thought that was weird or called it a grandma hobby, and that's just what it was. And then I went to grad school and discovered something. I remember hitting a wall. I was jumpy, I wasn't focused, I wasn't eating well, started to get really bad sleep. And I realized that it had been a couple of weeks since I had had a knitting project. I had finished something, I hadn't picked up something else. My hands were empty. And I started to look into the why. And it turns out that Mabel was not just keeping busy. For 101 years, she was biohacking. Now we have all these studies that tell us that knitting and crocheting, the thing you're all doing right now, triggers the same neurological pathways as deep meditation. The repetitive motion of fiber crafts lowers your blood pressure and your cortisol. You're telling your body you're safe while you're doing this. When we knit and crochet, we're not just making an item. We're regulating our nervous systems. And in a world that is designed to keep us in a state of high alert and digital distraction, picking up your needles or a hook is a physiological act of reclamation. It's us saying to our brains, hey, I'm in charge of our case today. So we're here for this Angry Knit-In, which is such a fun title because as we are all grappling with this truth on a daily, sometimes hourly basis, we have a lot to be angry about. We're watching rights we thought were safe unravel. We're seeing the social fabric of our neighborhoods fray under the weight of isolation and rising costs. And on International Women's Day, we have to acknowledge that the labor of our hands, the work that is sometimes deemed women's work, it is ridiculed, deemed unnecessary and lesser. But here is this not so secret that all of you know. Crafting is an act of resistance.
Amen.
We live in a world that wants us to be passive consumers. It wants us to buy a cheap hat made by someone that we will never meet, who made 5 cents in poor working conditions, wear it 3 times, and throw it away. When you choose to sit down and make something, you're opting out of that cycle. You're choosing to value your own time, the time of someone else, the materials that you're using. You're valuing the process more than the purchase. And creative activism is exactly this. People showing up in a space and refusing to be invisible, valuing both themselves and the person next to you. And we're really showing that our well-being is tied to the places that we inhabit and who we do it with. And this idea, kind of amalgamous, was why my friend Megan and I co-founded Marypin. Lizzie mentioned it's a cafe, a craft store, a community space. It's very hard to get permits because no one knew what we were trying to do. And you wouldn't have yarn next to food. What? But we wanted a third space where you could come and be angry and restless. And also, if you broke a needle, buy a new one. And it didn't feel like that had to be such a big idea. We wanted a place where the barrier to entry was just your desire to create something. So at Marypin, we offer, kits for people who are just learning and materials. We have a cafe, we have a bar. We work with a lot of local DC vendors, all very, very important things. And I can talk about those things later. But the most important thing that we offer is a table. It's just access. And we've realized through doing this that where you do it, or even what you're doing, is only half the battle. And it's who you're doing it with that is the most important. So Marypin is my way of taking this generational gift that I feel like I've been given, a matriarchal generational gift, and offering it back to my community. I really believe that if we're going to change anything, it happens person to person, hand to hand, knit or crocheted object to knit or crocheted object. So we're here, and I want you to think about the lineage that you step into. You might not have a Mabel or a Melanie, and that's okay. The women in your family didn't have to have a weird desire to name everyone with M's, and then you had a boy and ruined everything. It's fine. the moment you picked up your hook or your needle, you were claimed by a different generational legacy, by our creative ancestors. The millions of named and mostly unnamed people who used their hands to survive, to communicate, and to resist. So I like to think of the women who knit during the World Wars. They were sitting in public, they were just appearing harmless. And sometimes hidden in those stitches was information. To wait, or safe passage was ready for you. A dropped stitch, a change in color could mean something totally different for the bright person who was looking. And what looked like quiet compliance was actually vigilance. I invite you to think of the quilters of Gee's Bend, an isolated Black community once ground down by systemic disenfranchisement. They took worn out work clothes and feed sacks and whatever scraps they could lay their hands on and stitched them into quilts. These items made for necessity ended up holding families together through incredible hardships. Their bold, improvised designs, they used them to tell the truth of people who were dismissed. And they refused to be erased. They made beauty where none was promised, and they made use where the world gave them waste. I invite you to think of Native American activists in the 60s and the 70s who understood that handiwork itself is a front line. During the occupation of Alcatraz Island, Native people did not just speak and gather and rally, they did beadwork. They shared the craft of their people, and they talked. It was an act of resistance. And in a moment when the government was actively erasing Indigenous identity, the simple act of them continuing to create was a really powerful message. So that is the lineage that we get to step into today. It's the simple act of continuing to create. We're making a really loud declaration. For generations, Black and brown people have used craft to survive, to protest, to protect memory, and as mutual aid, mostly without recognition, without safety, and without choice. They've carried this knowledge through enslavement, displacement, exclusion, and erasure. And they've shown us, again and again, how to slow the body so the spirit can endure, how to care for each other when systems refuse to, and how to make beauty and strength from what is left behind. It's wisdom and it is instruction. So when we slow our bodies today, when we pick up our needles and make all the things we're gonna make, we're not inventing anything new. When we sit together, instead of shutting down, we're practicing something really, really ancient. And for those of us who are white, which is the majority of this room, we have a lot of responsibility. This moment comes with a big duty to listen more closely, to credit the lineage honestly, and to use our steady nervous systems not for our own comfort, but for collective action. And we can fight more without the burnout or turning away because of those little needles in your hand that are doing the work. So I'm so excited to be here with you all today. And if you haven't come down to the 4th floor yet to grab some granny squares and start regulating so we can fight, come down and see us. But this is what sustainable resistance can look like. This is what care can look like. And every stitch that you passed on today is a really powerful, powerful tool that you are capable and you are powerful. Thank you.
Hello. We've got some guests from the news here. Isn't that exciting? Our next speaker is Jasmine Johnson. Jasmine Johnson is the executive director and co-founder of Fight Against Fascism organization, or FAFO, a lead organizer of March for Democracy. In under a year, she's helped grow the organization from a response to rising authoritarianism into a national organizing force, recently leading another major action in Washington, D.C. through March for Democracy and FAFO's expanding initiatives. She has mobilized, through March for Democracy and FAFO's expanding initiatives, she has mobilized veterans, students, workers, caregivers, givers, and everyday people to demand accountability and real representation. Her work challenges gatekeeping, disrupts exclusionary spaces, and rejects political theater that asks people to clap instead of act. She's not asking for space anymore, she's making it and widening it for everyone willing to do the work. So welcome up, Jasmine.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hi. My name is Jasmine Johnson. I am the executive director and co-founder of Fight Against Fascism organization, or FAFO, because some of you may have seen me last weekend. I literally was just here with Claire, 5051 DC, and a whole kit and caboodle, and Danielle actually spoke at our event, the March for Democracy. So I want to set a couple ground rules before I get into things, because I think so far you guys have had wonderful speakers, but you have not heard from a Black woman. I'm just going to say this up front. I speak plainly. Is that okay with everybody? Because it's not So I have two rules. The message matters more than the messenger. If you find yourself getting stuck on me instead of what I'm saying, whether that's my tone, my language, or how directly I speak, I want to invite you to take a pause for a moment and reflect. Because sometimes when we focus on people on the messenger, it's a way of avoiding the actual message. Rule number 2, listen to understand, not just respond. A lot of conversations today are about reacting quickly, but movements are built when people take the time to actually hear each other. And when I want your response, I promise you you'll know. Can I get a thumbs up? A nod?
Yeah.
All right, we're good. Today's International Women's Day, and we usually hear a lot about empowerment. We hear a lot about celebrating women, but celebration without honesty doesn't change anything. The truth is that women, especially Black women, are still expected to fight to be heard inside spaces that claim to support us. But when we do, suddenly we're told we're too loud, too angry, and too direct. I personally have been called violent for speaking plainly about injustice. Me, of all people. Not because I threatened anybody, not because I encouraged harm, but because I refused to sugarcoat the reality of what people in our communities are actually living through. And this pattern is not new. It's written directly into the history of this country. When people talk about women gaining the right to vote, they usually point to 1920, when the 19th Amendment was passed. And that's true for many white women, but for Black women, that right was still largely denied through poll taxes, through literacy tests, through intimidation and violence. And for decades, after white women gained the right to vote, Black women and Black communities more broadly were systemically blocked from the ballot box. It wasn't until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 during the Civil Rights Movement that the federal government, finally said, okay, I guess so. Thank you so much. But even today, we're still fighting for access. Black communities still face voter suppression through voter ID laws, policy place closures, gerrymandering, and through policies that make participation harder for the very communities democracy is supposed to serve. So when we talk about women's rights, we have to be honest about something. The feminist movement has not always been inclusive, and Black women have often been asked to support movements that were not always willing to support us back, which is part of why last year I started talking about something that made people uncomfortable. The difference between allies and accomplices. Because we don't need any more people who want to be seen as caring, we need people who are willing to prove they care. Saying you support justice costs you nothing. Posting something online costs you nothing. But accomplish it asks something of you. It asks what you're willing to risk so someone else might survive. Your comfort, your reputation, your access to power, your relationships. Because if nothing is at stake for you, then the risk is still being carried by the same people who have always carried it. So that first speech I gave was actually at the very first No Kings Day. I live in South Jersey. I happen to be one of the many speakers. And I'm gonna go into some of the interactions I have. So not everything is as polished, and it'll get more blunt as we go on. So the first time I spoke about allies and accomplices, I plainly said, standing outside with a sign and then going home to benefit from the systems that are killing the rest of us isn't doing jack shit. So I would rather you be an accomplice and willing to risk something so that somebody else may have a chance to survive. And everything went well, mixed reviews, you would think so, because while the speakers were diverse, a lot of the actions that are planned by your 50-51s and indivisibles tend to be what? Very white. And that's not by design, I would say. I think a lot of you know that many of us are resting, and rightfully so. So we have to bridge the gap, but I want to bring up a very valid point that, did I lose it? I might have, yeah. Oh, so there was an email sent to me. In fact, she didn't know she sent it to me. I was one of the lead organizers for No Kings, meaning when you sign up on Mobilize and you give those servers, anybody listed as a co-host can see your survey responses. Just a friendly note, in case I didn't. Be mindful about what you say. A woman, and I wish I had it verbatim, but I'll give you my best rendition. She had said, well, the crowd was so diverse. There were so many great speakers of all, what did she say, genders and colors. She specifically used the word colors, that's important. She said, everybody was great. However, there was one young lady with a group fighting fascism. She called for violence and people applauded. You should tell your speakers to never call for violence. They can, 1, vote, 2, join an organization, 3, something else that I probably already know, and 4, who gives a shit? I was just befuddled to have seen that. And not only that, but this is a white woman who's a realtor in South Jersey and told a predominantly group of white people that I, in fact, was violent. What she did not realize, what she did to me was violent. She put me in harm's way by claiming something falsely. This falls right under white woman tier. I didn't do anything except make her uncomfortable. So I emailed her back. And I really wish I had it in front of me because you guys would laugh. I have another one. So I basically explained to her, hey, I'm so glad that you sent this and you didn't realize that I was one of the organizers. Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm the executive director and co-founder of Fight Against Fascism organization. I not once called for violence, and the fact that you, a white woman, a very privileged one, who works in this community to help people find shelter, would say something like that without one regard for how it might be received by someone else who did not know me, but could only label me as a Black woman who was violent. Not cool. And I said, but congratulations for being the one person I wrote my speech for and still not fucking getting it. And I also said, so the next time that you feel the need to send an email and falsely claim that someone is being violent just because they don't look like you and you're uncomfortable with what they're saying, fight that urge. Fight the urge real hard. She never responded. So, if protest becomes the end of our participation instead of the beginning of deeper work, then the systems causing harm remain untouched. I talk about how people with privilege often extend their support only to the issues that personally affect them, but accomplishment requires something different. An accomplice doesn't just stand beside someone who's already in danger. An accomplice will stand in front. They use their privilege to shield those who have less protection. They risk something, socially, politically, economically, so someone else might survive. And again, that message was revealing. I told you, I got mixed reviews. I had people come up to me and tell me they weren't uncomfortable with what they were saying, but their body language said anything but that. Because then they went directly into telling me how they're good white people and they have like 3 black friends. And so, all right, I gotta go get some petition signatures. Have a good night. You never need to tell any person of color what you've done with another person of color. I know some of you may know that, but I'm going to say it anyways because it happens. But that brings me to my next point. So one of the issues within that message and all of this encompassing is under the umbrella of white supremacy. So I just want to call it out. By engaging in those types of behaviors, you are upholding the very systems you claim you are fighting against. So 2 can't be true at the same time. Which one is it? So say purity politics sounds good on the surface, but it often comes wrapped in language about morality standards and doing things the right way. But in practice, purity politics often becomes a tool for policing people instead of challenging systems. It shows up when the conversation shifts away from injustice and toward tone. Instead of asking, how do we stop the harm, the conversation becomes, did you say that the right way? It shows up when people are not directly experiencing the harm and start deciding what the correct emotional response is to that harm should be. It shows up when anger about the injustice is treated more dangerous than the injustice itself. Historically, purity politics has always served the same purpose. It protects the comfort of the powerful. Because if movements spend all their time arguing about word, tone, or who said something in the most acceptable way, then the systems causing the harm never actually have to change. And we've seen that happen repeatedly. I think that you guys can definitely tell by the person who sits at 1600 Pennsylvania Ave Northwest, if he's there, or at Mar-a-Lago, who knows. But that man literally got on TV and was walking towards the chopper and was like, he just dropped the F-bomb and was like, they're just fucking morons. And I was just like, okay, that's how we're talking. And it took seeing, Reverend Jesse Jackson's funeral to see actual leaders speak. It was a breath of fresh air, but also a moment of sadness. And I just realized how far we've strayed from some sort of like common decency and normalcy. So it behooves me that we are expected to act accordingly when the people in power are certainly not doing so. So again, I said, March for Democracy, there we go. That's the second email. This is fun. And you guys can absolutely look this up on your phone. So my husband and I, who's over here, this is Tom. My husband.
And I'm the one who called for violence, by the way.
I was gonna leave that out. He is a combat veteran. So we just did the March for Democracy. I was on the National Mall on the 28th of February, the last day of Black History Month. And we had a wonderful time. It was a diverse group of speakers. One of the things you'll notice if you go to the March to number 4, democracy.org, there's a liberal use of the word fuck. And I fucking fucking love it. So apparently that word was enough for some people to accuse us of being unruly, of encouraging chaos, of inciting violence, not the erosion of democracy, not attacks on voting rights, not corruption, but the word fuck. So I got an email from someone named Naomi who told me her title was a writer/teacher. I think she felt that was important. But I'm gonna read verbatim because I have it in front of me. Can you please stop using antiquated, male-driven language? We're not fighting. We're co-creating a peaceful movement. Words like fight, battle, and war are male language. Please demonstrate evolution and wisdom. Are any women writing your copy? Hi. Well, Naomi didn't have any idea who she was emailing. So I responded. And in fact, I will do you one better. I'll give you my phone. You have my phone.
Sorry, I don't have it.
No, you're good, you're good. I'm gonna just pull it up because I'm up here. I know her name now. I had to search for it. But yeah, Naomi was upset about the word fuck. She felt like there were no women in the building. And she wanted us to steer clear of, there it is. Thank you for your perspective. I want to Oh, I'm a corporate girly during the day, so this is kind of the nicest fuck you that I can give somebody in corporate speech. Thank you for your perspective. I want to respond clearly and respectfully because some assumptions were made that need correcting. This movement is not driven by a single voice or worldview. It is led and shaped by a diverse group of people, including women, including Black women, including combat veterans who bring different lived experiences and different ways of naming urgency. I am a Black woman, and I stand by the language that reflects the reality many of us are facing. For many in this movement, especially veterans and communities directly impacted by state-sanctioned violence, and direct language is not impacted by state violence. Plain and direct language is not metaphorical, it is descriptive. People are being harmed, rights are being stripped, and lives are at risk. Maybe that reality is not aggression, it's honesty. We're committed to nonviolence, but we're not passive. Strength, clarity, and resolve are not inherently male, nor are they outdated. Asking people who are already carrying the weight of this movement to soften their language to make others more comfortable is a form of tone policing, which is not something this movement centers. Words do matter, and so does context. This coalition is being built on urgency, accountability, and action. If you are looking for a movement solely rooted in gentle framing, this may not be the right space. But if you are ready to confront the moment as is and help move people to act, we welcome that energy. We remain focused on creating a broad, people-powered movement that meets the crisis with honesty and resolve. She didn't respond, y'all. No, but I mean, truthfully, what I wanted to write was,
Fuck you.
I was on a work trip, so I'm sitting on a plane, like, and I remember sending it in the signal chat to everybody, like, can y'all read this and just make sure that I'm not tripping? I was like, give me a second. Gotta put my PR hat on. But yeah, so me, a Black woman, the executive director of the organization, the one behind the scenes keeping the whole thing moving. Now this email that I sent back obviously was common professional. But yeah, if I had translated into plain English, it probably would have just said, first, yes, I am the woman writing this copy. I stand behind every fucking word. Second, we're not going to pretend like everything is gentle, polite, while people are losing their rights. And if the word fight or fuck is the thing that alarms you more than fascism, then we might be focusing on the wrong fucking issue. So that brings me to intent over impact, right? So good intentions can only get you so far. You cannot claim solidarity while ignoring the impact of your actions. You cannot speak for communities that you are not in relationship with, and you cannot tell people experiencing oppression how they are allowed to respond to it. Because historically, tone policing has always served the same purpose, protecting the comfort of people who are not carrying the harm. And we see the same dynamic in our politics. People are being told to be polite while their rights are being stripped away. People are literally like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm in social media and I have been covering things in regards to what's going on in the Middle East, and I will post like peer-reviewed, like our updated AP, Reuters, Al Jazeera, and people will literally be like, that's not true. And I'm like, where the fuck am I? There's no way that you just are gonna tell me now that's a farce. And that's exactly what people need to continue this prophecy. Like, the only way they get through this is by continuing the delusion. But what I wanted to say is, while money floods our election and politicians answers to donors instead of communities they represent, democracy was never supposed to belong to the highest bidder. It was supposed to belong to the people. And if we want a government that truly represents us, we need leaders who reflect that, what this country actually looks like. People from our communities, people who understand the realities that they are governing, and we also need people to stop pretending that opting out of politics is neutral. Right. Saying, I don't do politics is a fucking luxury. Yeah. And it's a privilege because maybe politics don't do you either way. But for millions of people in this country, politics determines whether they have healthcare, housing, safety, and dignity. Not choosing a side doesn't remove you from the system. It simply means that the system continues to be unchallenged. So I bring that to my call to action piece, because that's the part that matters most, right? Because speeches like these are not meant to just inspire us, they're meant to move us into action, because lip service is a thing in the past. I think we all are tired of lip service. We don't need any more performative solidarity. Like, I can't do anything with you getting words tattooed on your body, branding you as a good white person. John Lewis did not say good trouble for you to get vibes and stand out there with your bullhorn and take pictures and post them on Instagram. John Lewis said it to all the people who look like me. John Lewis said it because he almost got killed marching across Edmund Pettus Bridge. And it was just what, the 60th anniversary then? Yeah.
27th anniversary.
Yes, and it's not, and that's what I'm saying, is like, and it's not that, it hasn't been that long, guys. Like, I personally cannot take things laying down. I might be a part of the 92%, but I'll be damned if a man, especially a man as ugly as that orange and misty ass motherfucker, says anything to tell me what I need to do. And if Bobby Brainworms thinks he's taking my Adderall from me, he's stabbing the same. And he's going after Duncan. Listen, shit's gotta stop. But like, I really just want you guys to realize that, like, as much as we're here, and thank you so much for being in community with us and just seeing all this is amazing. I am not a knitter. I can do boondoggle. I can make crazy bead animals. I don't have any of the stuff with me though because I'm bad. I forgot it. But I'm just so amazed by everything that's being done. So I want to just thank Danielle and all of you here for making it out here. And also just end with a little bit of a call to action. So we need people who are willing to show up and do the work that movements actually require. Volunteer, organize, support organizations doing real work in your communities. Find an organization that aligns with your values and commit to the work. Offer your time, offer your skills, offer your resources. Because movements don't just need voices. They need people willing to build the infrastructure of change. And organizations like Fight Against Fascism organizations are always looking for people who are ready to move beyond words and into action. So as on a day that we celebrate women, I want to leave you with this. Don't just call yourself an ally. Ask yourself what you're willing to risk. Because real solidarity isn't about looking supportive, it's about standing up when it costs you something. That's what accomplices do. And that's why I want to mention one more thing I've learned through organizing. When movements are truly diverse, equitable, and inclusive, something powerful happens. No, it's not just a buzzword. Because real solidarity starts to show up when you bring people together from different backgrounds, different communities, different lived experiences, people who are willing to listen to each other and share power. You stop competing for space. You start protecting the space for each other. You start asking, who is missing on this table? Who hasn't been heard? Whose experience should be shaping our strategy? In those kinds of coalitions, people understand that justice isn't a competition. It's a collective effort, and the work becomes stronger because it reflects the full reality of the communities we are trying to serve. I've seen what that kind of solidarity looks like. I've seen organizations stand beside each other even when the issue at hand didn't directly affect them. I've seen people show up for communities that were not their own, not to lead, not to speak over them, but to protect the space for those voices to be heard. And that's what real solidarity looks like. And we need a lot more of it, because movements that are built on shared power are harder to divide. They're harder to silence, and they're much harder to stop. And that's the kind of courage our movements and our democracy actually need. Thank you.
Hello, it's me again. I have a message from the other room, which is that we have found a way to accept payments. So if you wanted to buy something from the craft fair and could not, now you can. So that is the message. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce Amanda Nelson. Woo! A big history nerd. And Amanda Nelson is an amateur historian and a political content creator behind Amanda's Mouthtakes, where she uses history, political science, and civics to explain how power actually operates in the United States. She publishes daily political analysis and action ideas for an audience of over 1 million people who want historical context, not just headlines. Take it away, Amanda.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Are your butts sore from sitting? I'm starting to get slow down. Thank you. I don't ever do public speaking. This terrifies me. I have to tell you, I'm very used to talking to a camera in my house by myself and then to my phone. But when I started making content, Daniela was one of my first follows and had created this like amazing permission structure for people to get online and yap about their life and their experience and their opinions. And so I did. So thanks for that. So anything she asks me to do or invites me to, I'm into it. Okay. So I'm going to be talking about managing political anxiety. Anybody have some of that? A little bit? A little bit of that right now? Okay. So here's a fun stat for you. After 2016, the 2016 election, Trump's first term, the American Psychological Association found that 69% of American adults of any party reported significant stress about the future of the country. That sounded alarming at the time, right? But then they ran the same survey after 2024, and it was 77%. Yeah, and 56% of the respondents said they believe the election might mark the end of democracy as they know it. So there's that. We're all just walking around with that. Walking inside while we go to work. Now, political anxiety is not the same thing as generalized anxiety, right? I'm not like an anxious nature, my first exponent, do shit like this. My day-to-day life is not like full of dread or anything, but in this current news environment, that's an entirely different thing. And the research bears this out. It's not just people with like existing mental health conditions mapping their fears onto the headlines. The news is in fact causing more mental health conditions in people who would not otherwise have them. There's also research showing that politically anxious people tend to seek out information in a very specific way. They look for threatening information that confirms and escalates their existing fears. Doom scrolling is not just a meme, it is an emotionally motivated partisan decision that people make. And the research shows that people who feel anger about politics as opposed to anxiety don't spiral. They take action, so we're going to talk about that. So today I'm going to talk about how we get from the spiral to the action. I have a couple of things I've landed on throughout my own personal experience in activism and as a amateur, I don't even know what to call myself. I avoid the term historian because I don't want to make the PhDs angry because I don't have one. Amateur, public historian, whatever. Okay, so the first thing is you gotta learn defiance. Anger is productive. If defiance isn't something that comes to you naturally or to your community, it is a skill you can learn. The first thing that I did after 2024 was, middle fingers up, start making fun of Donald Trump. There's so much fucking material. Every day it's like a new fucking thing that I gotta. And if you follow me, twice a week I round up every fuck up he's had. I hope I can say the F word. That he's had in the media that I can find. I used to do it once a week, then I pretty soon had to start doing it twice a week. So I started making content on Inauguration Day because from day one there was stuff to make fun of. And it's not just like an emotional self-indulgence or thing I do to soothe myself or my audience. It is historically effective resistance that in America dates all the way back to Benjamin Franklin writing satire about the king. Authoritarians everywhere fear ridicule, way more than they fear intellectual critique. Power derives from the consent of the governed to not just be governed, but to have respect of the people they are governing. And when you refuse to do that, when you are openly disrespectful and defiant, and refuse to give them that authority, you take something back from them. Some of the most successful resistance movements in history used defiant humor as a weapon. I'm going to talk about the Nazis, which y'all know I don't really do. I don't lean into the Germany thing. We've got enough authoritarianism in our own history. But I'm going to talk about Hitler for a second. In 1938, when Hitler invaded the Sudetenland, the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, stood up a German language radio service, specifically to break the Third Reich's stranglehold on news inside the German territory. They hired a writer, an Austrian in exile. He didn't write battle updates, he wrote jokes, entire satire series that mocked Hitler, mocked the Nazi regime every week for the entirety of the war. After the war, letters poured into the BBC from Germans, everyday Germans, saying things like, I had the moral strength not to become complicit. Made this unbearable thing bearable. Humor the Nazis, right? Like an international military coalition, whatever, did that. But it kept some people's spines intact long enough to survive, and that matters. More recently, the Serbian student movement, Otpor, in the late 1990s, if you're old enough to remember that, used mocking street theater to help bring down Milosevic. In one of their famous acts of what they called laughtivism, they set up barrels with Milosevic's face painted on them, put a baseball bat nearby, and invited people to take a swing at it if they donated $1. That put Milosevic, a dictator, in a really impossible position. You either arrest the people hitting a barrel and look like a fucking snowflake, or you let them keep doing it and look goofy either way. The police did eventually confiscate the barrels, which meant that Otpor got to put out a press release that police had arrested this barrel, which happened to contain enough donations for Milosevic's retirement. Get fucked. Satire united those resistance factions in a way that no political argument could, which is something that the American left could maybe learn from. Tim Walz calling Republicans weird worked for the same reason. It put them on the defensive. Defiance, mockery, disrespect, these are all power plays. As I said, they can make the unbearable bearable, and from there you can stand up and start to fight. It gives an entry point for people around you who don't know what resistance for them can even look like. If you've never had to, if you're in a privileged position enough that you've never had to do political activism before, it's easier to start by laughing at the people in power than it is to start by getting arrested. But we do want you to eventually work your way that way. If this doesn't come naturally to you, this kind of defiance, you can start by watching your language. When the administration does something and your instinct is to say, oh my God, this is terrifying, but people all over the internet are telling you, oh my God, this is terrifying. Sit with it. Are you actually terrified, or are you just anxious because you don't know what's going to happen and you're fucking pissed off? Because or furious that the administration would try to do something like that in the first place. This is terrifying is contagious, right? That's why people like me who make content on the internet say it so much, because it spreads. But so is, how dare these fucking ding-dongs speak to me like that with that terrible Botox in their face? Have you seen Christy Noak's face? She picks at it. She's a medhead. That mobilizes people differently. R.I.P. Christy. One of the reasons she's gone is because y'all just FYI. Bravery is not the absence of fear. I'm not afraid of the Trump administration. It's feeling the fear, telling it looks fucking stupid in that outfit, and then doing the thing that you have to do anyway. The next thing I think it's important to accept or to come to grips with is radical acceptance. Life is pain, highness. Yep. Anyone telling you differently is selling something. In 2020, like many people during COVID, my search for coping mechanisms led me to radical acceptance. It's a tool developed by a mental health researcher in the late 80s, originally for patients with suicidal tendencies, bipolar disorder. Now it's used kind of more broadly for anxiety, depression, PTSD, things like that. The concept is really simple. It's the ability to accept uncontrollable situations for what they are in the present moment without judging your reaction and without attaching yourself to the pain they're causing, because anxious liberals, we really like that anxiety can be very comfortable for us. It's based loosely on the first noble truth of Buddhism, right? Suffering exists. That's it. But you don't have to be Buddhist to use it. Every major religion, most enduring philosophical traditions say basically the same thing. The Stoics said there's only one way to happiness, and that is to cease worrying about things beyond the power of our will. Jesus in the book of Matthew, do not worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow will worry about itself. Kind of easier said than that. And of course, Marcus Aurelius, my favorite. Stop arguing about what a good person should be one. At first, radical acceptance can feel a lot like giving up. What do you mean? I just have to accept this. I came to understand it's not approval, right? It's not acquiescence. It's the cessation of fighting the current reality mentally and emotionally so you can approach how to improve it from a grounded place of stillness. You cannot fight well when you are drowning and flailing. Get your feet on the ground. The next thing is probably the most obvious. Take some action. After 2016 and Trump won his first term, I did kind of like all the things you're supposed to do, right? I called my representatives, I sent the postcards, I registered the voters. And it helped, kind of. Helped my emotional state, kind of. I didn't feel any more powerful, though. I just felt like I was reacting. So I took an extra step. I signed up to be an abortion clinic escort. I was threatened. Hey, yeah! Yes! That's in the trenches right there. I was threatened, bullied, followed to my car, doxxed constantly. These people are wacky, and they all look exactly the same, like the worst youth pastor you've ever seen in your life. 100% urgent, 100% of the time. You don't need to be here for any reason. Get out. But I could see the results of my resistance in real time with real people in that moment. That's what made a bigger difference for me, going beyond the sort of 101 level thing. Research on political anxiety itself is clear that action is one of the most effective antidotes. There are a few ways you can maybe think about this as you look for something to do if you don't have one already. Just pick one issue at a time. Be a sniper, not a shotgun. Don't spread your energy across 13 things at once. If you're not southern or rural, maybe you don't understand that metaphor. Pick one thing, right? Reproductive rights, disrupting ICE, fighting healthcare cuts, whatever is the most urgent thing to you in the moment. Connect with an organization already doing the work on it as locally as possible. Don't reinvent the wheel. Activism is happening all around you, in your neighborhood, your county, and your state. And those organizers have the infrastructure and the relationships with politicians and fundraisers that you're going to need to get anything done. Put sand in the gears if you can. This is resistance by the death of 1,000 inconveniences. And it's one of the methods least likely to get you arrested, if that's something you're worried about. Going back to the Nazis. In 1944, U.S. intelligence published the Simple Sabotage Field Manual, which you can still read. It's still online. To help Allied spies resist Nazis in occupied Europe. The goal was weaponized incompetence. Let's take that back, ladies. Factory workers were told to accidentally clog equipment. Managers were encouraged to promote incompetent employees. Make everything take longer than it should. Is your governor opening a tip line so you can report librarians who stock books that have trans characters in them? Flood it with fucking nonsense. Did you get pulled over by law enforcement doing immigration checks? Take 20 minutes to find your ID in your very, 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 I'm so sorry, I can't find it, deep purse. The sittings of the civil rights movement were sand in the gears, right? They massively inconvenienced businesses over years until they won. Some of y'all aren't gonna like this one. You have to get into the party and the electoral machine. Republicans have spent decades building power at the local party level. It's called Operation Red Map, and it's how they've managed to gerrymander so many states, because your state legislature controls your maps. Go to your local Democratic Party meetings or Working Families Party meetings, if you prefer, whichever, I don't care, pick one. Get on committees, chair them, become a poll worker, not just as your civic duty, but because of your anxiety specifically about election security, working an election will cure it. You will see the paper trails and the safeguards and the stopgaps. You will know for yourself what's real and what is fear-mongering on the internet. And some of you, I'm so sorry, you have to run for something. I've interviewed so many candidates running to flip red seats at the local level from Alabama to Iowa. They all say basically the same thing. I didn't want to, I don't have time, I've got kids, I've got parents, I've got a job. My community needed someone, and when I asked who could do it, the only answer I got was my own face in the mirror. Every single seat should be challenged every single time.
Yes.
All right. The next thing I would say is learn to think historically. This is my favorite one. There's rarely a headline from this administration that doesn't have historical precedent or a through line. I'm not saying that this is like completely a precedented time we're living in. It's not. He's taking the worst impulses of every American president and putting them all into one dumb bag of stupid. And then blowing it up so it's 1,000 times bigger than anything that came before him. But when you can see the through line, when you know the pattern, when you know how we got here, you can skip the we're cooked, we're doomed, spiral shit, and go straight to strategizing how to resist based on history. One of the more useful questions historians ask that you can kind of adopt is who benefits from this financially? Once you know who benefits, you usually know the agenda, where to apply pressure. I always recommend OpenSecrets.org if you're not familiar with that. It's a nonprofit based here in DC that tracks and publishes data on campaign finance and lobbying, including a revolving door database, which is super useful. The revolving door on the Hill is when people who work on the Hill go work for lobbyists, and when people who work for lobbyists go work on the Hill. That revolving door is constant. Ask whether this thing has happened before, right? It's a simple question. The answer is almost always yes or close enough to learn from. Americans as a society tend to freak out in predictable ways over predictable things. Immigration, race, gender, intellectual elites, which is code for Jewish people existing around you. Understanding that the outrage of today is part of a recurring cultural script does not mean it's okay or we accept it, but it does give you a starting place to be more strategic. And then look for missing voices like historians do. From 1836 to 1844, the House of Representatives of the street had a rule that automatically tabled any anti-slavery petition they received without discussion. It was called the gag rule. This was completely fucking unconstitutional. The First Amendment guarantees you the right to petition your government. But Southern congressmen instituted it anyway and kept it for 8 years. The history books that call antebellum slavery of its time are only partially right. The missing voices, the ones that are purposely and literally silenced at that time by that gag rule, tell you that resistance was also of its time. When you look for missing voices, you can ground yourself in fights that probably predate you. A lot of our anxiety, I think, as kind of lefters, center-left people, comes from a version of American exceptionalism that says this isn't who we are. That's not real. Looking for missing voices builds solidarity with resistance movements across time. This is who we have always been. But so is this. Next, think about your media consumption. Look, y'all have grown. I don't care how much you scroll. And scroll me. I can't. I do care who you scroll, though. This one sounds like the simplest, I think. It's actually one of the hardest because it requires admitting that a lot of our news habits are making us feel worse on purpose and we're doing it to ourselves. Yes. The research I mentioned at the top, that anxious people seek out threatening information that confirms their fears, doom scrolling, right? That's what that is. It feels like staying informed. It's not staying informed. It is feeding an anxiety machine. And that anxiety machine will eat everything you give it and ask you for more. The fix is not necessarily consume less news, right? I don't know. Consume more original. But it is being very intentional about where it comes from. Cable news is optimized to make you feel like the world is ending every single day, to spin up your adrenaline and then never give you a conclusion so that you have to keep coming back. Outrage and fear keep you clicking, but local journalists and organizers that are covering what is actually happening in your neighborhood, in your county, and in your state, those are places where your actions can have direct impact and where you can see that, and that closes that adrenaline loop so that you are not constantly spinning yourself out. If you've still got a local paper, subscribe to it. If a conglomerate has bought it or gutted it, find a digital alternative. A lot of cities have independent local newsletters that are starting to do real work at that level. Follow lawyers and their clients. The Trump administration has been sued more than any sitting president in history. It's not even close. The people whose rights are being violated are some of the only institutions harming the people who are actually being hurt by this administration. The AC, Democracy Forward, they've all got a strong social media presence and regular newsletters, and you should go subscribe to them. They're not there to make you spiral. They're there to show you how to show up. The distinction I keep coming back to is that national news tells you what's happening, optimizes for your fear. Local journalists and organizations tell you what's happening to specific people near you and what's being done about it. One of those information diets breeds helplessness, and the other one breeds action. So choose accordingly. All right, this one is the least popular one anytime I talk about it, and is mostly for like the nice white folks, or white adjacent folks, white enough folks. I have one Filipino grandmother. People ask me that all the time. I feel like I have, there you go. All right. According to the 2024 American Family Survey, 1 in 3 liberal women, ages 18 to 40, report feeling lonely several times a week or more. Democrats are 5 times more likely than Republicans to spend less time with family members over politics. We are ceding formally neutral spaces like the gym, gun range, sporting events, to conservatives, because we are seeking out ideological and psychological safety. The village is burning down, and sometimes, justifiably, we are the ones holding the matches. Sometimes not cutting off Republicans and keeping a politically diverse community can help you manage your political anxiety. I know that sounds goofy, but it keeps you grounded in the reality that not everyone pays attention to the same things that you do, or cares about what you care about, and that their viewpoints make sense to them from the inside of their own wacky heads. It's also not really an option if you're in a purple or red county. Your union is your community. It's probably going to be politically diverse. So is your school board. Rise to the polls. Something I learned from this lady. For people who are deep in something like MAGA, connection is one of the most effective ways to keep someone who is coming out of a cult like that from going back in, giving them a soft place to land. It's not our responsibility collectively to do that for everyone coming out of MAGA. But if you're in a privileged position and you can tolerate being around your friends and family who are in that process, that is probably your responsibility. You can go to the NASCAR race with your uncle and wear your No King shirt while you're there. It's unfair, and I hate it. I know, it's unfair. You don't have to do it, obviously. If the people in your life have used up all your goodwill, I have no judgment for anyone who cuts off Republicans. I'm not going to judge you at all. Only you know where your line is. But we shouldn't let internet purists push us into abandoning those people either if you don't want to, and it is helpful to you. Maintaining contact with someone despite their beliefs because you recognize that they are involved in cultish behavior and you are staying available for when they are ready to leave is not the same thing as condoning their belief system. Only you know which of those things applies to you. Usually I get it. All right, last one. This is my last one. Embrace your agency and stop using passive language if you can help it. There's a scene in Fleabag. Did y'all watch Fleabag? Hot priest. There's a scene in Fleabag where the main character has this breakdown in the confessional. She wants someone to tell her what to wear, what to eat. Just tell me what to believe, Father. That whole thing. Who to vote for, who to love. She's describing this, I think, uniquely millennial experience of being terrified of being responsible for yourself, of being terrified of your own agency. A lot of us live there. The passive voice moves that responsibility and agency off to someone else. When will this administration be held accountable? Is a passive question. If you can add by unicorns to the end of something, you're using passive language. When will they be held accountable by unicorns? When will we hold this administration accountable? Reframe it, make it actionable. That stops pointing to a mythical other who's going to come save you, and it points to you. There is no they. They're going to cancel elections. They're going to do X, Y, Z. These are really scary thoughts. But if you want to get from the anxiety spiral to doing something, make yourself get specific when you are talking to yourself. Who is they? Exactly. What person? What's their name? What branch of government? What agency? What position? What department? With what money? With what mechanism? One that exists or one that they're going to have to build that you can stop them from building? Sometimes this exercise reveals that you are repeating social media bullshit. Sometimes it reveals a real identifiable threat that you can fight. Either way, you are better off and out of the spiral. And the last thing I'll say is what you do right now is what you would have done in the civil rights era. History will look back at the period and ask what everyday Americans did. We'll ask it of ourselves at the end of our lives. We have to act in ways that make those questions bearable, even when we're tired, even when we're scared, even when we would rather be at home. These are things that matter more than our emotional comfort. We are the unicorns. No one else is coming.
Look.
So good.
Okay, I have one thing to add, comment, to Amanda's amazing speech, which is yes, please support your local newsrooms. They are really struggling and they are some of the most important people around you. So look for your local papers, look for your local public news stations, whatever it is, and like buy a subscription or whatever you need to do. Because they are working really hard to keep you informed on the local issues like school board elections and power plants that are going to increase your utility rates and all those other things. So yes, that's a really good point. Okay, so run for something. I'm afraid some of you have to run for something. Here is my intro to somebody who has taken up that call to action. Bree Woodson, who is a therapist in residence, organizer, and Democratic candidate for Georgia's 12th congressional district. A daughter of the South living in North Georgia, she began her advocacy by creating bold, justice-centered content as the Controversial Blonde, challenging systems of power and sparking hard conversations. A survivor of addiction and human trafficking, Bree brings lived experience to her clinical work and public service, running a community-powered campaign focused on expanding mental health care, protecting working families, and defending civil rights. And we are so lucky to hear from her.
Hey, y'all. Tom from Georgia. How's everybody hanging in there? That's really good. That's the therapist. I mean, we got to do a check-in. We've been in here. So I appreciate the previous commentary. Really do about mental health. It's very important. And it's something that they play on, which we don't talk about very often. But as I was saying, I'm so grateful. I'm very excited. I want to focus on the word angry for a second because, yes, great. So if we're being real, a lot of people obviously are angry right now. They're angry about the state of our politics. They're angry about the erosion of rights. They're angry about watching institutions they're supposed to trust. They fail people again and again. And historically, when women get angry, shit happens. We organize, and not always in the places that people expect. Let me correct myself. Not always in the places that men expect. We organize in kitchens, in living rooms, in book clubs, in church basements, community spaces, and yes, knitting circles. So for those of you who don't know me, again, my name is Bree Woodson. I'm a therapist in residency. I'm a grassroots organizer, a congressional candidate for Georgia's 12th district. And if that still doesn't ring a bell, on the TikTok, they call me the controversial blonde. We do a lot of deconstruction, talking about white supremacy, and how it has a huge role in what we're dealing with now. So with all that being said, I'm also a survivor of addiction, also a survivor of trafficking. So what that really translates to is I'm the establishment Democratic Party's and the GOP's worst nightmare. And so when I say grassroots, I really do mean grassroots. I'm not a career politician. I don't come from a political dynasty. I don't have a network of billionaire friends funding my campaign. But what I do have is communities like this one. I decided to run for Congress because I kept seeing the same thing over and over and over. And what's the definition of doing the same thing? Insanity. There you go. So in my work as a therapist in residency and organizing spaces, people are struggling, the systems are failing them. They're supposed to serve us, but it seems like we're serving them a lot more than they're serving us. People are working multiple jobs, they still can't afford housing and basic bills, and even just a moment to treat yourself makes you feel guilty, right? Communities are dealing with underfunded schools, crumbling infrastructures. Political leaders are more interested in culture war theatrics than doing something for their actual communities. And so eventually I realized something. A lot of the people making decisions about our lives have actually never lived our realities at all. Are dealing with very new things, right? There's nothing new, but there is new in expression. Poverty is not being reinvented. Struggle is not being reinvented, but it looks different, and it's hard for many of us. So what we're seeing from our current politicians is that they debate policies like they're some abstract ideas that they don't affect real life people, right? But those policies shape whether someone can afford medication, whether someone can afford to keep their home, whether someone can safely have a child, whether someone feels safe in their own country. And the more I paid attention to it, the more obvious something became. Our political system is definitely not designed to be easily accessible to ordinary people. Running for Congress is really expensive. On Wednesday, March 4th, I officially wrote a check to put my name on the ballot, so I am fully on the ballot for Georgia State District. I wrote the Georgia Democratic Party a check for $5,220.
Wow.
Yeah, it hurt my soul. But this is how we keep everyday working class people out of the systems. If you look at the requirements to run for a congressional seat, over the age of 25, resident of the state, a citizen of the United States. Oh, I was like, oh, that's simple. And then if you're on the ballot somewhere, like in Florida, you're looking at that, the requirement, they also, you write them a $10,000 check in Florida. Wow. It's 10% of the congressional salary, which I will remind you is $174,000 a year. Yes. So campaigns typically end up being dominated by consultants and donor networks, PACs, fuck you, APAC. So this is why I don't like you. Candidates are so often told to just wait their turn, climb the ladder more slowly, align themselves with powerful people and interests before they're taken seriously. But I said screw all that, I do what I want to. But no grassroots movement has ever actually worked that way, literally ever. They happen when people decide that they are done waiting for their turn. Historically, women have played an enormous, huge role in building these movements, but they're often framed outside of formal political power. Long before women could vote, we were organizing politically. So women started forming abolitionist sewing circles in the 19th century. These weren't just social gatherings. They were spaces where women raised money, spread political literature, organized resistance to slavery. And during the suffrage movement, women stitched banners and textiles that became visual symbols of protest and political identity. And in the 1980s, during the height of the AIDS crisis, when the federal government largely ignored the epidemic, communities created the AIDS Memorial Quilt, one of the largest pieces of community folk art in history. Each panel represented a life lost, and each stitch was an act of remembrance and protest. That quilt traveled across the country and it forced people and politicians alike to pay attention and confront the scale of the crisis that had been largely ignored. So that turned crafting into something completely different. It turned it into documentation. It became protest. It became political. And let me remind you, art is always political. And more recently, we see these in movements like the Women's March and the Pussycat Project, right? And regardless of how people actually feel about these moments, it demonstrated something important, that when women organize culturally, they create visibility. They create momentum, movements. That is what we do. But there's another layer to this conversation that we have to talk about very honestly. All right? Y'all don't get uncomfortable. Sit with it. That's also the therapist. Just sit in it. I'll be okay. So spaces like knitting communities, craft communities, and majority of feminist spaces in general have historically been overwhelmingly white. There are 3 Black faces in this room. Take a minute. You don't look at it the same. When I walk into this room, I first notice, where am I? It's a different thing to be the majority. I didn't get to experience a majority of people who look like me until my 30th birthday when I went to Jamaica. And I was like, oh, this is why white people are hating on this shit so hard. This is cool. But it is a very different thing. It's something that we have to talk about, especially in these movements in this time. So it matters because feminism without intersectionality doesn't actually produce any sense of liberation whatsoever. All it does is just reshuffle the deck, and it reshuffles who benefits from existing power structures. That's all it does. So the concept of intersectionality helps explain this. It was developed by legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw to basically describe how systems of power tend to overlap. Race, gender, class, other identities interact to shape people's experiences. That's how that works. So a Black woman, for example, I don't experience sexism in the same way as a white woman, but I also don't experience racism in the same way as a Black man. But those are two things that I still experience simultaneously, right? Those systems, they do what? They intersect. And when feminist movements ignore these intersections, they produce the same inequalities that they're claiming to challenge. All you're doing is upholding white supremacy. That's all it is. And we've seen this historically. White women were deeply involved in the suffrage movement, but many of those suffrage leaders were willing to exclude Black women to get what they wanted. Even after the 19th Amendment granted Black women the right to vote, many Black women in the South were prevented of doing so because of good old Jim Crow. And other things, poll taxes, literacy tests, like Jasmine said, violence, intimidation. And it wasn't until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that many Black women were finally able to exercise a right that white women had held for decades. Me, for example, I always get emotional when I talk about this because it's very grounded. I am only the third woman in my family born with the right to vote. Take a second. I am only the third woman in my family born with the right to vote. That's it. My grandmother didn't have it. One of my aunts didn't have it. Only my mom and my other aunt were born with the right to vote. And then me. And then my sister was next. Puts things into perspective, yeah? So when we're talking about feminism today, we need to be very honest about what that history looks like. Solidarity is more than just a feeling. It's practice, it's tangible, it's actionable. And it requires constant accountability. One of the things that often gets talked about in political analysis, right, is that Black women are one of the most consistent voters and organizers in American democracy, period. Everywhere you look, you'll find a Black woman behind it somewhere, I promise you. Election after election cycle, Black women have played such a critical role in defending democratic institutions, but something that doesn't get talked about enough is the emotional and political burden that comes with those expectations. We're expected to show up, mobilize, organize, save democracy, while still dealing with structural inequality, racism, misogyny, and the very systems that we're hoping to sustain. Solidarity means recognizing that imbalance. And it means asking ourselves, how do we distribute the work of democracy more fairly? It's not symbolic, it's material. It looks like showing up when an issue doesn't directly affect you. It looks like supporting leadership for marginalized communities without trying to control or redirect it. Jasmine, my best friend, she's not going to be adjustable for you. Don't ask her. It looks like supporting leadership. It looks like listening when communities say a policy will harm them. Even if that harm is not immediately visible to you, listen, it's important. And sometimes solidarity looks like discomfort. It means taking a hard look at how the systems of privilege operate in our very own communities and our everyday lives and how that shows up and how people are benefited from that. It means asking the hard questions about who gets centered, who gets heard, who's overlooked. Craft spaces, feminist spaces, progressive spaces are not immune from those dynamics. And I think that oftentimes people think, oh, well, this is a left-leaning space, it's safe. Well, I hate to break it to y'all, racism is a white people issue, not a Republican issue. Okay? But the good news is that they are also places where transformation happens, right? That's why we gather, that's why we're here. When people build community around shared activities, knitting, crafting, organizing, they're also building relationships, which is it's an antidote, right? My specialty in therapy is substance use, so I get to help people as I was once helped. And when we're talking about sobriety, I often ask clients, what is the opposite of addiction? And everybody's like, sobriety. No, it's not. It's connection. Who said that? There you go. Yes, it's connection, right? Relationships are the foundations of movements. And their movements aren't built by viral tweets, right? I can make as many viral videos as I want to, but it didn't matter until I actually got in there, right? They're built by trust. And trust takes time. It takes conversation. It takes a willingness to learn from each other. And that brings me back to why I decided to run for Congress. Running a grassroots campaign is essentially an exercise in rebuilding democratic trust. It means going directly to people and saying, your voice matters, your experiences matter, your ideas about your experiences in your community, they all matter. And I think sometimes people are really surprised to hear that. I don't think they've ever really talked to a therapist running for Congress. It's a very different experience. So many of us have been directly conditioned to believe that politics is something that happens far away from us, right? Like, oh, that's Washington's problem. But no, it's not. Democracy was never meant to function this way. What we're saying was this is not how this is supposed to go. It's supposed to be a place where we all participate, not just the elites, not just the billionaires or the pedos. It's supposed to be messy. It's supposed to be local. It's supposed to be loud. Community driven. It's supposed to involve debate, disagreement, collaboration, collective problem solving. And when our political systems, they become dominated by such wealth and power, ordinary people are excluded. And when people feel excluded from democracy long enough, something dangerous starts to happen. Voter apathy. They stop believing in our systems. Cynicism starts to grow, people start to disengage, and that disengagement creates space for authoritarian policies to thrive. Authoritarianism doesn't just appear dramatically. It grows slowly through erosion, normalization, people gradually losing faith that democratic systems can actually respond to their needs. One of the most powerful ways to counter that erosion is grassroots participation. Look at this room.
Yes.
Things like when ordinary people run for office, when communities organize locally and with each other. And when we build networks of mutual support, political engagement, and again, that starts with spaces that might seem small or informal. But when we gather with ourselves, book clubs, craft circles, organizing groups, these are the places where people develop their political consciousness. This is where the real work starts, the work of deconstructing. I know we've probably heard that word so many times, but what does that actually look like? It looks like sitting through uncomfortability. It looks like closing your mouth and opening those ears like they always told us in school. And it looks like being willing to admit that at some point you had a hand in it. Right?
Yes.
So when we start connecting personal experiences to systemic issues, when we start to realize we're not actually alone in our frustrations, it's much less isolating. I think part of the power of this administration, unfortunately, is their ability to do what Republicans call flood the zone. And what that is they give us so much information that we don't know where to look or where to turn or how to breathe. And so what do? We just go to work, we make dinner because we have to, right? And this is why talking to each other and being in community with each other, listening, leaning on each other is so important. Because flooding the zone doesn't work when we build a dam so high. Get what I'm saying? And once we all start to collectively realize that, the bigger questions start to get asked, right? Why is healthcare so damn expensive? Why is housing unaffordable? Why are public schools underfunded? Why are mental health services literally inaccessible for half the rural South? Those questions are political. And when we start asking them together, that's when alternative change starts to happen. That is the beginning of movement building. So my challenge for everyone in this room today, if you care about feminism, practice it with intersectionality. If you care about solidarity, practice it interiorly. Look for opportunities to support organizers whose experiences are different from yours. I'll tell a quick story. I am Jasmine's Georgia lead for Fight Against Fascism. I just took an organizing call from someone who was curious about us sponsoring and showing up to a movement. But they were upset at the language and expressed to me that their goal was to also bring in Republicans and people on the middle that don't disagree with ICE. They just don't want the white supremacists in their backyard. I promptly said, no, this isn't gonna work, you have a blessed day. Don't ask brown and black people to hang out with supremacists, it doesn't go well. But our experiences look so categorically different on a regular basis. And she couldn't see why that ask was actually insane. It's like, no, I would rather not go march with people who do agree with ICE, they just don't want to look at it. It's okay, as long as I don't see it, just keep it behind me. So what does that mean when I turn my back to them, right? So listen when communities are raising concerns about policies that may not affect you directly. Advocate for structural change, not just symbolic representation in the vein of those damn tattoos, and no more blue bracelets. Stop with the bracelets. Like, no, I don't know who came up with that, but no blue bracelets. That is not how you show solidarity, okay? And please remember, democracy is not a spectator sport. It requires courage. Courage is not the absence of fear. Society keep on walking, right? And sometimes it requires being a little pissed off. So if you're knitting something today, let some of that anger go into your stitches. Historically, anger has often been the beginning of change. I would tell clients who can't figure out why something is bothering them, right? They say, well, I keep thinking about this over and over again. And I tell them, well, if you thought about it twice, it's bothering you. If you thought about it thrice, it's time to do something with it. Anger has often been the beginning of change. Not destructive anger, but clarifying anger. The kind of anger that says, we can do so much better than this. As a therapist in residency, I relate to my clients that there is no such thing as a positive or negative emotion. Anger is a secondary and sometimes even a tertiary, so a third emotion, meaning there's something else under that anger. Use it to fuel you. Emotions are data, not directives. Assess the data, apply the formula, make the change. Our communities deserve better than this. Our democracy should be stronger than this. And when that anger turns into organizing, that's when we move. Thank you. And if you'd like to find out how to support the campaign, my table is right across the hall there. And also visit briwoodson4congress.com. That's BRIWOODSONFOR Congress.com. Thanks, guys.
Hello again. I have received another request from somewhere in the other rooms, which is to please turn off your Wi-Fi if you're not using it because it is interrupting the live streaming. Okay, so our last speaker before lunch, which is always a really tough spot. Lindsay Jorger, sounds like burger, am I getting it right? Is the founder and CEO of Shared, a nonprofit with a mission to form inclusive communities to share skills, create in the company of others, and foster growth while using shared resources and reducing waste. Lindsay is, first and foremost, a catalyst for change. She inspires and connects others, then works with them to build new programs with tremendous results. In her 20-year public health career, Lindsay co-founded a women's network, developed an ambitious global growth plan to expand pharmaceutical quality testing, and then rapidly grew a portfolio of quality testing materials. Most notably, Lindsay led a global COVID vaccine initiative to share best practices around the world to get the most people vaccinated as safely and quickly as possible. She influenced others from data analysts and pharmacists to ministers of health and prime ministers to enact these measures in their vaccination programs. Lindsay has turned these skills and talents towards community building, connecting through others, and creativity. So, Lindsay, come on up.
Hello, thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking around, even though lunch is on the other side of this presentation. I have been so excited listening to these other speakers and hearing about these common threads that we have, the training that we've all been doing, the reading, the becoming acclimated to this space. And so while I have a lot of those lessons and those stories in common, I'm going to talk a little bit about how my experiences, my unique experiences in my career and in my grassroots work have really helped me to identify a set of skills that perhaps can help all of you also identify, here are some tangible things that we can do. We've heard these calls to action, and I'm going to talk through what can that action look like in the particular things that you do and that you hone within your own work. So, as she said, my name is Lindsay Yerger. I used to work for USP, US Pharmacopoeia, until last fall. And this is an organization that most people have never heard of. It's not part of the government. It is a nonprofit, and it is tasked with setting medicine quality standards. And what that means is they pull together scientific expertise from all sorts of different disciplines, from pharmacists and physicians and regulators, to say when we talk about a particular medicine, like if we say acetaminophen, we mean this chemical. When it is this strong, it is not more strong, it is not weaker, it is exactly that amount, and it doesn't have a whole lot of impurities, the unwanted bad things. And so that's really at the crux of what USP does. They've been doing this for over 200 years. They predate FDA. And so in my work at USP, I got to work with a lot of experts about a lot of interesting things. I'm also going to talk through, with these different skills, three main ones. Connecting. So it's interesting with Avery Knitted, that's one of the roles. I'm definitely a connector. Being a connector. The second one is being decisive. And then the third is trusting my teams. So I'm going to tell you about those things along the way, and keep an ear out. So as you're hearing those stories and those examples, if something makes sense to you, or if it's a gap, something that you do not have and you want to develop, think about those examples and where you might be able to develop there as well. So the key one, and it was mentioned in the intro and the bio, is going back 5 years. It's the start of 2021. We're in the thick of it with the pandemic, and the first vaccines haven't even been released yet. And I was appointed with leading a task force to increase global access to safe, quality COVID vaccines. And that was an insane thing to ask of a person. And I was like, I'm not part of the government, I'm not in WHO or the UN. Surely there must be somebody who can step forward and do that work. Why me? Who am I to do all of that? But whatever combination of fate and circumstance, I did have a unique skill set that I was able to put into practice in connecting that team of experts and not just saying, here's what good can look like, but getting that information out into the world. And so being a connector isn't just saying, okay, we have this worksheet. These are the ways to get more doses out of every vial. That's great. How do we get it out into the hands of pharmacists? And so those best practices were implemented in the US vaccination rollout. I didn't know this person. The person I'm working with, the expert, didn't know this person, but we pushed to say that person exists. Who are they? And let's talk to them. And then when I got to talk to them, I had to be decisive as a leader. I couldn't just treat it as, let me tell you all the things that I know so that now you know them, and now then you can think the way that I think, and then you'll do what I think you should do. Like, that's not the role of a connector. It was giving them the information that they needed and that mattered to them in that context, and being savvy to that. And it wasn't something that I just came out of college knowing and that I knew after a year in my field. It's developed over time. And I had for a long time not valued that skill set and how distinct and unique and impactful it is. And so I learned connecting isn't just flinging people at the right other people, it's coaching along. Here's what you can do to be effective with them. This is the right person because they have a connection here. Don't waste their time on this other thing. That's not relevant for them. They need this. And so, for example, my team of experts had run experiments when those first vaccines were released, that you could withdraw 8 to 10 doses out of every vial. And they figured out the right combination of needles and syringes to get that 10th dose out of every vial. And we're talking at a time when the mortality rates were sky high. We're talking about a time when infection rates were insane. And so getting that information out, not just with that US rollout, but then talking with states like Alaska and their state board of health, where I could say, how are you going to serve your indigenous populations with this information? I had a proximity to power and I had actual power that I was able to leverage in that moment. And I had to be decisive with that. It wasn't, here's everything I want you to adopt. It was, I'm going to push, like, I can't remember if it was Jasmine or Amanda, in a sniper way. I'm not trying to just shotgun everything. And so it was interesting as I was going about this work and I was getting these results. And I was having the opportunity with the team connecting with the Prime Minister of India to say, okay, here are the 3 things I would recommend, but if I could only have one, it's this. They're disposing of vaccine after just 4 hours of transport when it's perfectly good for 6. They're wasting thousands of units of vaccine every single day. And so I kept it clear and direct, I was decisive, and that helped. And of those recommendations, he did implement that one. That very day, the Minister of Health in India rolled out that message and they modified their practice. So immediately, that same day, people were getting vaccinated. Lives were being saved immediately. Something that I really had to embody and demonstrate to my team, because I trusted them. I trusted the information they were giving me. I trusted their expertise, their judgment. But I had to coach them that even if we don't know what the next step comes after this, we will find a way when it comes. We don't know what the next problem will be until it emerges, but we have to trust that we are capable and we are resilient and connected and intelligent, and when those things come, we will navigate them. And for a team of scientists, sometimes that was very hard. They wanted to be very much in that analytical space. They wanted to get more information, do more analysis. And I had to push them that I said the cost of inaction is too high. Imperfect action is better than no action. Now, in a case like that, with the vaccinations, the trade-offs, were so explicit. And so knowing, all right, holding it because we want maybe the latest update on the latest vaccine revision because now they have a slightly different color cap. Let's wait on getting that worksheet out. It's not worth it versus just getting it out. We can revise it. We will keep revising it. And they would say, well, it takes so long. I don't know how that will happen. I said, well, if it takes too long, the system sucks and we're going to change it. And it was having that assertiveness and using, again, that power, that proximity to power. Now, one of the ways that I learned to do things like that was in the grassroots work that I had done in the years leading up to the pandemic. A group of colleagues and I went to an International Women's Day workshop here in DC, and we were inspired and activated, and we were so jazzed up to go and make things better at work. And when we went back to work and we said we want to form this network, one of the first questions, understandably, was, well, what is it we're trying to accomplish? What do we want to do? We have all of these different ideas. And I said, well, it's well and good that we have ideas at this table, and it is a diverse group of us here, but we can't presume to speak for all of the women at our organization of over 1,000 people. And so we surveyed them, and we held workshops and working groups, discussion sessions, and again, had all sorts of information that we then had to boil down and make some decisions about. And it was, okay, they consistently want these top few things, and we can push for a couple of them. So the first one was paid parental leave. We fought for and we got that for our staff, for all staff, men and women, that they had paid parental leave. That was such a huge first win. And the next thing that people wanted was mentoring. And so we put together a mentoring program. I coached the sub-team for that one. The team was led by a woman named Monica. And she pulled together with a group. They researched platforms and best practices and what should the norms and the rules be, how do you make pairings. And there were times that she would talk to me as the advisor for this group, And she would say, well, who am I to make these recommendations? I'm just a scientist who's, part of the women's network, but I don't have an expertise in this. And I said, well, we talked to HR. We went to them and they said, yeah, everyone's been asking for mentoring, but we don't have the time or resources. And so we said, okay, fine, we'll do it. We'll let you know how it goes. And I told Monica, look, even if there's somebody with more expertise, more qualified, more experience, you're the one here volunteering to do the work. And I believe in you. You are a capable, wonderful, intelligent person. And even if we get pushed back on different things, this is where I, as a white woman, could lend my power to back her up as a Black woman, taking those recommendations to HR, having to face being shut down by a white woman and a white man. And where I interrupted that and I said, this is unacceptable and we're going to do it anyway. And those were times where my voice was quavering too, but I still did it. I stepped into those moments where I had the need and the opportunity. And so that practice developed over all those different years. I applied it in the COVID work. I also applied it in work with our Black employee group. We had a staff survey where white staff reported that they felt like they were allies. They felt, I care about my colleagues of color and I'm an ally. The colleagues of color reported, I do not have allies at work. And the gap between those things was like 40%. Self-reporting, I'm one of the good ones. And the people of color saying, I don't know, good ones who? Where are they? They're hiding, I don't know. And so I reached out to the Black group and I said, what can I do? What do you need me to do? And it was a difficult position because I didn't want to presume that I knew what they needed, but I didn't want to put that burden on them to have to solve it all and figure it out. And so then we developed this partnership and we put together a 10-week allyship course and we developed the curriculum together. And we worked with people who volunteered to sign up for this course. And it was a lot of care put into it, but also for me, it was a big experience of stepping into that unknown, knowing I would make mistakes, but also feeling and believing and acting that imperfect action was better than no action. We get pushback for the pussy hats, and the pushback on the blueberries is valid, but if we stopped there because somebody told us that was a bad idea, well then that's shitty, and let's not do that. If somebody tells us this isn't enough, then listen and then do more. But the fact that you did something and you got criticism for it isn't enough reason to not do something. That was poorly said, but anyway. I learned through these experiences, and I learned how to be that accomplice, that person who steps up, who speaks out, and who is conveying to others that we can affect this change. We can make a difference. And also understanding my unique role as a white woman, understanding my role as a bisexual woman who was in a heterosexual marriage at that point. I was wearing multiple layers, like our other speakers have talked about, and where that intersectionality really does come to play, and recognizing where I had privilege that maybe I was hiding behind. Being honest and open with myself about that. And continuously challenging myself of where is there a need that I need to step into, and also where do I have skills that maybe I'm undervaluing, but that are essential to advance the work in a way no one else can. And so again, being a connector, giving each other the means, the context, the understanding of not just who to work with, but how and to what end. Being decisive. There's a whole universe of things we could be doing, and it could be to such an extent we get stuck and we don't act. So boil it to those one or two things. And then again, trusting my teams, trusting that they will find a way, we will find a way. They're capable, they're resilient, they can handle hard things, they can handle setbacks. And so I hope some of that resonates for you all. If you are a leader yourself in any kind of element in this movement, please pay attention with your teams. Look for their skills as well. Activate their skills. Tell them you are uniquely good at this thing. Anybody could do this, but you do it in a way that really shines. This is a good fit for you. For someone else, be honest and say there's a gap. I know you want to do this, but you're not there yet. Here's how you fill that gap. Here's how I'll coach you through it. But give them those tools as well, and in addition to doing that own self-reflection. But again, I hope this gives you some ideas. It helps give you real concrete examples of how these things play out in action and have an outsized impact. So, thank you, everyone. Thanks, everybody, for an amazing morning, and it is now time for lunch. So, hooray for that.
Hi, everyone. Rules on Godless. Okay. I don't know. Hi, it's Lisa. Good question. I don't have access to this feature. I don't know what it is. Like there should be a way to put a button. I've seen people, you know what is on TikTok, you can do that, like pause, right? I think I've seen it on here too. I mean, what about this one? What is that thing doing? Text interaction, comment, chat. You can watch from the beginning. Overlay for grace? What's that? Oh, here's a break. Oh.
Do some visuals on the next round. I'm Brian, by the way.
Hi, Christina. Nice to meet you. Do you know how to do breaks on a YouTube? Okay.
I'm the building guy. So Greg is really the main guy actually off today, but this is my event, so I want to.
We need like an IT person. I don't think that's gonna work. That's like a whole code thing. Right. Okay, so before going live,
You are going to use the screens in the next section.
I don't want to mess up the live.
That person just has to plug into this crop cable.
Perfect. Just there. You know what? I'm just going to tell the chat. I'm just going to tell the chat to tell people when they come in that we're at lunch. How's that? And let them tell each other, like if anybody comes in, because they're very active. Right. I just don't know why. That might be the only way to do it. Otherwise, we'll just stand here the whole lunchtime trying to figure this out, right? Okay, hi chat, it's Lisa. We can't figure out how to we're on our lunch break. So if you all are gonna stay here and chat amongst yourselves, can you please, put up a screenshot? I don't know how to do this and I don't wanna lose you guys. I'll speak to Daniela and see if she's gonna go, if she can also sign in and take the phone around, but if we're going to leave the stream on so that when the next speaker comes up, when this is over, lunch, it's already set to go. So you guys can stay on and chat amongst yourselves. So if anybody comes in, if you can inform people what's going on, I would appreciate it. We would all appreciate it. Please. Do I have a yes? Somebody can keep an eye on things. I mean, I'll have the chat running on my phone in case we have anybody coming in the room that doesn't do the right thing. But let me see, I can't read. I think you can, maybe. Okay. About 1:40? Not that long, about a half an hour. It's just like to give people like a stretch and go grab something to drink. Me, I have to go to the bathroom, which is 4 stories down.
If webcam has a cover, close it. Yeah, I don't wanna do that. Can have someone who just said they're outside and can't get in. Oh, okay. All right, I'll let somebody, they're locked, they're outside, Karen? And they're locked out of the building? Can an admin pin a comment that we're on a lunch break? Can we do that? Can we pin something? I don't know how to do that. I'm on her name. So is there a way to pin a comment in the chat? Just go. I know I gotta go to the bathroom so bad. Let me hang on. Oops. I'm used to using mice, and I don't know how to do this. Okay. Whoops. Give me a minute. All right, lunch break. Lunch. You know when you type on somebody else's computer? Break. Oh boy. Typo City here. Break. Speakers. Will turn. Oh boy. Turn. Okay, give me a minute. I can only do one thing at a time. Hang on. I'm trying to type on somebody else's laptop, and you know how you can't do that? Momentarily. I hope I'm not spelling wrong. Soon. I'm just going to use soon. Thank you. It's fantastic. All right. So now if I send this comment, I can pin it. Is that what y'all are saying? Okay, yeah, we're on Eastern. Okay, Punky, hang on one second, okay? Is getting hacked? What? There's somebody outside that can't get in the building. Can somebody help? Downstairs, there's somebody outside that can't get in. The door's locked, they can't get in. Yeah, and they're asking on the chat, they're like, I'm outside, I can't get in. I'm sorry, what? Yes, right after lunch, yes. I just want to, thank you so much. Okay, somebody's coming in to rescue you. 2 doors, both say you have an ID. It says 2 doors, both say you have an ID. Punky Pagan is her screen name. Approximate. On 40 Eastern time. Okay. Now how do I pin that? Oh, look at that. I can pin it. I did it. Okay, we'll be back. I pinned it. Message is there. See you all soon. Thank you. Bye. Okay. Okay, me and my technically challenged self pinned the comment. Wow.
You did it.
I did it. And I got it so bad. But I don't want to go all the way down to the second floor again.
Oh, I know, so funny.
The one that's too small. I guess depending on how much. If it doesn't work, then you can, you know. Frame mine's like 5'1". They just hold it under there. I don't know. I'm not a professional. Yeah. Go around it, right? Go around it. Yeah. one thing was saying something about doing like a half double crochet stitch all the way around. Maybe makes it easier for them to, I don't know. That's my assumption. That's kind of what made mine a little bigger too. Didn't take that into consideration for that.
Hello.
No, you like my knitting? Without my eyes, like start construction. Like they get tired, focus, and then they'll like wiggle. Eyes are tired. Anything they start to do. On it.
Yeah, see, did you find Rebecca? Oh. Hi, Shannon, it's a video. I just want to make sure one of us found you. Yep, that's where we're doing the speaking. You're next, right?
No, she is not next.
Not next.
Christina is next, and then Brian is going to do a quick thing, and then Rebecca is next. So that is what we are.
How
here
fast
to do.
are you gonna start again? Because I put this thing, like I put a banner on there. I just
We
have to
are
go
meant to be
pee.
starting again in about 10 minutes.
Okay, so I have time to go pee.
Peeing is important.
Okay. Huh?
But right now we
I held out before because I didn't want to miss what she was saying, and it was painful.
Okay. We have talked before.
Yes, totally, yeah.
This is you are sort of the reason that this exists. So
Amazing.
because Danielle was so inspired by your podcast episode, she was like, I would like to have an event.
Love it.
And I'm like, here we are.
So I do have a Canva presentation.
Would you
running
like to
through
mail
while
it to
I
me, or would you like to have this be
Or do it yourself.
or do it yourself?
we could test it out, and if it works on yours, I could just send you the live link, and that's great.
Stick in here somewhere. Yep, there's it is.
Thank you. It
She
has
came
some-
prepared, Cheyenne.
The live stream's on, FYI.
So be on our best behaviors.
I just got a text. Just so you guys know. Hey, live stream. Danielle is so a
Danielle is a Saya. Yes, here we are. Sayaki McSaya.
Lizzie's actually the Saya. You're finally getting to see the Saya.
I don't know what you even mean by that.
A Saya. People are remembering Danielle as a Saya.
I know, but how could I be a Saya?
I don't know.
Nobody
That's the fun of not, you don't know what the Saya is.
Would you like to email it to me?
Sure. Yeah, let me get my email up.
And then I'll stick it in here.
Yes. I mean, I don't know what could be less happy than being like, I don't want to plug in my computer. It's charged.
And you need power too.
It should be fully charged, but just in case. Look, here's everybody see my emails.
Yeah. Do I have your email already?
I can type it in for you.
Oh, yours is a Surface. Okay.
Rebecca, did you want to set any of your stuff down somewhere? We have a room where
Yeah.
we're putting all the speaker stuff if you wanted to. I could take it down for you even.
These things die.
So
So I
while you're
just,
testing tech, you'll
I'm
be saying, I need to go down there to put
Yeah.
this.
The one thing I want to make sure I hold on to is I have like a charger and this
Okay,
dongle
yeah.
in case I end up needing it. But
Yeah, do whatever you need. Sweating. I've been sweating mostly today is my special
I
skill.
wore shorts a lot.
I should have. I didn't bring
I
it.
had
Yeah,
air
that I
conditioning
can
on
put
my
down.
car.
These are postcards for
Okay.
more info about the film.
Yeah.
Should I drop them on chairs?
Down in a room. Ooh, yeah, that could be, yeah, do that. That'd be fun.
I'm Brian, by the way. The National Media Building.
All right, I'll be back. I'll go drop
It
this
will
off.
be up here, but Rebecca is speaking first, so we are getting her.
Fine, Chloe. I'll be back. You're good, you're fine.
Yeah, and it does have audio, so I just want to make sure the audio
Okay.
works too.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, me? I It
Here.
has these video embeds.
I will.
So I'll be able to hit next on this. And then when I come to a video, I should just be able to. That looks like that's a sample.
Computer to charge my
So
phone.
will the YouTube audience see the slides or no?
I don't know. I'm not in charge of the streaming.
I can move the camera.
I see.
I could position it. Now I'm just on my head. Good Lord. I sound like my
Yeah, and the
mother.
only thing we have to be careful of is I am showing clips of the film in our section.
Do you-
So we
do
just
you
can't
not want
have
it?
them, we can't have them like living online after for copyright
So do you want it
reasons.
like partial?
That'd be great.
Like a
That'd be great.
partial
Yeah,
like
so it's
that.
more
So
me, but okay, yeah.
Okay.
That's perfect.
When
If
it's
we don't
my
get in
turn,
trouble.
if they can actually see the slides, it would be.
So when it's your
helpful.
turn, it's
We're
okay.
at 3:40, yeah, none of it
So,
is
the-
copyright.
so,
Can I steal a few more
okay,
of
so
those?
Oh,
I,
yeah,
wa-
thanks
I
for
want
that.
just like, that's what they're gonna see, just so you know, because of the reflection, it's gonna, because of the light. That's all they're gonna see.
depending on how, like, you see what I mean, like the light?
What if,
Of course, yeah, as long as you need me, I would love to.
could I separate the microphone and stand in front of that screen? Would it?
Oh, there's another screen.
Excuse me, Rebecca.
Let
Stand
me
here
turn
and
over
see if
here.
this would work.
Let me just see when she puts the screen up.
I think that's.
That's way better.
So.
So if you move the podium, when you
Yes,
speak,
move the
it
podium
right
because I
to
have to look
there.
at my notes. That'd be great.
Just when she freezes something, I could see. Can you freeze one of your things just for 1 second? So I could just see. I don't see anything. I don't see anything.
That has a lot of white. Now, let me see if she's got my, she had my,
No, we can't do anything because we'll wind up losing the thing. I don't want to mess with it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
is it-
yeah. Let me just see what it looks like over there.
Oh, it's here. No, I think she has mine open. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
No. ADC, angry news. This might be it. Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
All
let's
right,
see how
let's see
that goes. Terrible. Oh,
There it is. It
it's
comes.
beautiful.
It does come up. Okay. Okay. Good.
Okay.
Okay,
if
so
we
for
move the-
her-
And the podium's on wheels and it looks like the.
Okay,
cords are long
all you
enough.
have to do is be right where you are, because then, look, let me just show you, that's the view.
Yes.
So if the podium, and you could step back, so if the podium's right here,
And
this
if I
way,
go like
it'll get you
this,
from like
yeah.
that spot, okay?
Okay.
I'll move it. And you're speaking after,
podium
you're speaking
might
after
block
her? Go ahead,
I am
just roll the
speaking at
podium,
3:40. I don't know what Rebecca's time slot is.
and you have to read off the slides, I'm assuming, right?
No,
Oh, you don't?
I have a printout. So if I.
So you need a podium, or can you hold it? I know, it's easier.
But so if I put it here, it's not in the way.
Hang on.
That's
Oh,
perfect.
that's okay? You can
Yeah,
work with
but
that?
the way you just adjusted it, the slide's less visible now. Look,
Okay,
see it
let me
has
go
more of a
back.
reflection.
Go back. I only went like
Maybe
a
just
couple of
move the
inches.
computer and not the table.
I only went back like 2 inches.
Yeah, it's very, can you see how, how fogged out it is?
Yeah,
What
wait,
if we move the table back a little?
wait. It's
I don't
coming
wanna
into
touch
view.
anything 'cause I
I
don't wanna
think it was the focus was on you. Go back towards the screen.
Towards this screen?
Because I
No,
think,
it's not a focus, it's a light thing.
because I really didn't move the table all that much.
No.
You don't have Lizzie's email, do you?
Oh, let me see. No, sorry.
Did she give?
Oh, I do have Lizzie's email. Sorry, I was just, the names are all new to me today.
The movie is on the network. Let me just see something. That screen,
Yes.
maybe it's over here. The podium was over here more.
LIZY.
I don't see it.
Oh, okay.
I don't see yours, and I don't see hers at all. It says podium is wrong.
Thanks, Lisa.
Nope, I'm trying to figure it out, but now I don't even, however it's positioned, I don't even see her screen.
LIZY. At
See, it's funny because now I could see the red over there.
yourself.
Oh, I cleaned the lens.
What was it? Oh my gosh.
I just did that.
That's great.
Yeah, I was like, maybe it's the lens.
Yes, it is.
And I cleaned the lens.
Okay.
Okay, so
And
now
then
I know
think
how
the
to
whole
do.
thing could come
I'm
this
not,
way, or-
I'm not even touching it. If you can, go ahead and roll that thing and see where you need that thing to be.
This is fine.
Because I'm not moving this again. I don't
No,
know.
this is fine, but look at it.
Oh,
It's
it
all
did
white
it again? I didn't do anything.
Yeah. So
I wonder why it goes in
something's
and out.
going- Thanks, yeah.
It goes in and out, and I don't know
Yes, it
why.
does.
I don't know why.
I'm just gonna see, is it focusing? It's not a question of.
Oh, it goes back.
You know what it is? You're right. It is whether it lights me or lights
It,
the.
exactly. So it's focusing. It's picking who to focus on.
Right.
So right there, if you stand at the podium, so
If I
you're gonna
stand
stand at
here.
the podium, the slide is visible.
That's
So then
great.
you're
So
both
the
visible,
podium
but
is
right.
In front of this.
Yeah, the hole. So stand by the hole in the wall, and then the people can see
Yes.
your
And then they can see
slides,
the slides,
and they can
sort of
see you.
me, but they
Oh, they
hear
can
me,
see
and it's
you.
great. Okay.
Okay.
We're right in front of that hole.
All right, and you're speaking after.
We're at 3:40, so what time is Rebecca
I don't know.
scheduled?
You're after Rebecca.
I don't think so
No.
because.
No,
No.
He's like
only because I got
Rebecca,
a futz with the camera.
and then Anita,
Okay,
and then Mandy.
okay, so Mandy is after Anita.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
no problem.
Let me go and.
Okay. My biggest accomplishment was putting that silly little, like, we're out to lunch. Like, I want to actually plug in and charge my phone like her thing. Oh, that's not gonna work.
No, I know that.
It's not working.
It's just, practical quality, and we wanted to see what we could do. Really, really grateful that you provided us with space, because spaces are really expensive.
Well, we have a song.
No, it's not. No, it wasn't that. It was focusing on either the person or the screen. Oh, thank you. I'm not really. I'm just winging it. And so, I can't figure out how to charge my phone in her computer. It's not working the way I thought it would. Let's see. All right, let's see. I don't know. Aw, thank you. You're very sweet. Let's see. Is this going here? Okay. And this should go in here. Will it charge? Oh, it's charging. Excellent. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay. I am now charging my phone so I can mod and charge at the same time. Okay. Okay. So just so you all know, the next presenter, she doesn't want, for copyright reasons, you'll hear more of her, see less of the screen. And then there'll be another presenter, and then the one after, she has no problem with you seeing all of her presentations, just so you know where we're at with that. Is that everybody good with that? And it's soon. They'll be coming back soon. Probably like I would say soon. They're just running late. Thank you. Cream of wheat. I haven't had that in ages. I'm having coffee. My biggest thing I had a Reese's peanut butter cup, and I went to the bathroom to pee. That's what I did. That's my big accomplishment. Is
Could she give you her code?
Who? For what? This?
To open the laptop, yeah.
I don't know. I only know this one. I don't even think I remember it. So thank goodness it didn't. No, I don't know Lizzie's thing.
She'll be back.
Yeah. Let's see if I missed anything. Let's see. You all are making me hungry. Stop. Let's see.
Did you get to pee?
I did. And before, when I was listening to, I forget her name, before Amanda came on, I had to go so bad. Like, like when I was going to bust, and you're like doing like
The dance.
Yeah, but I thought the only bathroom was on the second floor. And I decided I was gonna take the
There's
stairs.
one right there.
Right, and I have MS, so going down the stairs, I have to be
It's
really
tough.
careful, right? So I'm like trying to be careful and not piss myself off. And everybody's listening to this.
And then you found the one on the 5th floor.
Well, then Shay said, no, I think there's one on the next floor. I'm like, what? And I had to go, but not as bad, but pretty bad. Like, I couldn't sit through another presenter. No, that wasn't gonna work.
We used to have a poster in the elevator, but somebody ripped it
Well,
down.
because the sign just says restrooms with an arrow. It doesn't say, like restroom, like you could go in there. So then the other guy was at the things like, it's on the 5th floor, just make a right. I was like, really?
That's the main restroom, yeah. Because 6 and 4 are the big event spaces.
Okay, so you have
restrooms are-
something, right, that makes sense. Didn't make sense
didn't
that you have
build
to
the
go all the way down to 2. But, oh my goodness, that was a relief.
Lindsay, what's your, if you log in here? I'm gonna test mine really quick.
Oh, were you watching me pack when I was having my packing issues? That was a mess. Oh my gosh. I had to put it all in a bigger suitcase. Oh, okay. Okay. That's funny. Is your name the same on TikTok? Yeah, packing was a nightmare. Oh my God, that was horrible. Okay. Oh, that's funny. I didn't downsize. You know what it was? The weather here originally was supposed to be like on the first couple of days, it was going to be a little chilly. Then it was supposed to go like to 80. Well, 80 didn't happen. So the first day and a half, it's been like New York, right? So I reorganized and I brought my New York stuff. But like I was just telling him, like I have MS too, so I have to like bring different things to keep myself regulated in my body.
No, that's not how you feel.
And
I know it's spelled correct.
I did downsize some though. I took out more of the summery things and I took out the sandals because I'm like, I'm not wearing sandals. But I do wish I had brought like my Uggs because there was a point where I was freezing and I really could have used them and I wanted flats. Really. I am wearing sneakers today and I never wear sneakers. So I'm really happy I'm in sneakers. This is probably the most comfortable I've been all weekend. It is. The struggle's real because you want choices. You want choices, and it's hard when you're traveling. It's brutal. That's why when my kids were little, I used to go away only in the summer because that's when they were off. I never ever went away I never ever went away in the winter because I was like, oh no, I'm not doing that. So I just went away to where it's warm. No, there's no snow here. Today it's like, I think it's like 70 today. I'm like 70. I'm like so excited. Unfortunately, the 85 is happening after I leave.
I know.
I'm like, I wanted 80. I'm an overpacker too. I got it all in the suitcase though, but I did pull some things out. I negotiated with myself. Let's see, I'll tell you what it is here today in DC. Let's see, right now, it's 73. That's a heat wave. I was dealing with 30 something for the last 2 weeks.
I'm very
so
glad to hear that.
yeah.
She unfortunately had her 6 months.
I don't know, I haven't seen them, but they're working hard. There was like 4,000 of those. And I see people carrying more granny squares. They're everywhere. Look how nice. You want to show, you can, huh? I'm like chatting. Can we show, are you doing one of the blankets? Are you working on one? Is that the blanket? Part of the blanket? Can you come? Would you mind showing it? They're asking how it's coming along and I just happen to notice. Can I show it? Would you mind? I won't pull anything out. Okay, here, I got a piece that somebody's working on. Here's a piece. You all watching?
Screenshot. This is just like a piece. Christine, can you pull out the other arm? Like extend it? There you go. They're like, isn't that great? Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna give it back. Thank you so much. How it was coming along, and I see all the pieces. I'm like, oh, yay! That was like awesome. Anybody, you want to share yours? Okay. Well, while I could do this before the speakers come on. Here's another piece. You ready? Here's another section being worked on. Everybody watching? Lots of love going into these. Thank you. Like, who else can I bother? Like, Herbie's working so diligently. I'm like, oh. When they're in there, I'm like, but then they would like disconnect. Right. Yeah, it's cool. They don't get to see it, right? They used to get time to read You know what it is? Somebody, I don't remember who it was, but somebody made a very impactful statement. They said that, especially because I didn't perfect people who live in France and don't want I taught for free. And they said people are showing up to get what you have to offer, whether you do it well or you don't. They're already showing up because they know what they're getting from you. So just do what you do, say what you have to say, because whatever you have to say, you already receive it, right? And then that's like, I was like, oh, huh, yeah. Believe it or not, what you have to say is really important. You don't realize this. And then I used to run like third-party fundraisers for the other side before I realized that they were just taking my labor. And I didn't know the language at the time, but I realized, I was like, all right, enough of this. I raised like $80,000 and I couldn't really get the help that I needed. But I ran this whole third-party fundraiser, raised all this money, and I had people doing all the things, and I was able to finally teach. I wasn't just the practitioner. And my yoga teacher, who was always there, she actually would teach. She's like, "Why do you teach?" She's like, "Oh, teach it." That's not happening. All right. Let me see if I can get Brian. Okay. Let me turn off this thing. But it comes. Okay, y'all, they're going to start soon. I was just coming back to unpin that. I'm unpinning it now. Thank you. You guys are so awesome. How do I unpin it? How do I unpin it? All right, wait. Okay, I got it. Unpin. Okay. Message is unpinned. Yay! Okay. Yep, we're good. She wants only part of her screen to be seen, so she's good there.
But he'll probably need for this slide, probably to.
Well, what is this? Who's speaking right now?
It'll be me first and then Brian.
Okay. Who?
Brian.
Okay. Is he okay with seeing the screen? Having the screen on camera?
Yeah, he has.
But is he okay? Like, one speaker had a copyright issue.
Oh, that
The other woman, not Anne, Rebecca, right? The one, this person. She only wants part of the screen shown. She wants the whole screen shown. The gentleman who's speaking, he has a slide.
I believe so. But he can move it.
Well, now she wants me to do the thing. Like that, where I can ask her up front. So you're going to be right here, and you have a slide. So you're good. Just remember to speak into the project your voice. Just talk. Like you're just talking with a friend. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
All right, thank you.
It's not all the next
That's not copyrighted.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, because this screen's easier to catch, that's why. All right, so I'm actually gonna slide it this way. So I'm gonna put you that way. Okay, don't freak out.
Hi, everybody. Enjoying lunch. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Christina, the Godless, one of the volunteers, organizers. I'm with the podcast Girls Gone Godless, a religious podcast, a religious deconstruction podcast, and I designed the frog sticker and the crochet pattern for the lily pad and the frog, and I appreciate all of the granny squares that you guys have donated and made, and it's really crazy to see my pattern as a granny square. So I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here again. And if you have any religious deconstruction stories that you want to tell, come on, Girls Gone Godless, because we love to hear them. So, as long as you like a lot of cussing, because we have to preface with that. So, thank you so much, and not today fascism. Have a good one. Oh, and craft fair. Katie.
Okay, so everybody, thank you so much for coming back here and continuing to work on our blankets and listening to our amazing afternoon speaker lineup. But before we go into our keynote, I'd like to invite Brian up on the stage. Brian is like the facility manager here, and we could not have done this without him. He really brought us a life raft when we were not sure where we were going to host this. So Brian, let's see, where did we put up your slides here?
Hi, everybody. How are you? Welcome to the National Union Building. We started this business 4 years ago, specifically looking to, we serve everybody. We have weddings and mitzvahs and things like that, but it was really important to us to serve the progressive community and people who are trying to motivate this world to be a better place. This was in 2012, so it was prior to, not 2012, sorry, 2021, so prior to our current situation that we're in, which almost completely turned this business upside down last year. We almost went out of business. We wouldn't even have this space. But we know the power of community, people coming together. Coincidentally, before I started this job, I was out of work, and I finished a novel in 2020 and published it. And I've got some information up here on the screen. It's also over there. If you have anyone in your life that's into young adult fantasy, I grew up in a very conservative area. I didn't even know that being gay was a possibility when I was a kid. You know, I'm a little older than the new generation who all grew up with that representation already there. I mean, the first time I ever saw somebody who was gay on television wasn't until The Real World New Orleans. Which if you're old enough, you know that was a long time ago, but it was a big deal for me.
They can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, she said I
There
could
you
a
go.
little bit louder. Usually I'm on that side.
Yeah, they can't hear you.
So I wrote a book in 2020 and finished it. It was very much a book that I would have loved to see on the library shelf when I was 14 or 15 that said, hey, a lot of the books about being gay are very much about the angst about being gay. Am I gay? Am I allowed to be gay? Is that not a big deal? This book very specifically has a gay romance story at the heart of it, where they do not worry about whether they're gay. They're just two guys that just happen to like each other. It's also a young adult fantasy novel with a whole bunch of mythic themes. It takes place on Vancouver Island in British Columbia, where there's an incredible amount of mythology to the native people of that island. And so it speaks to that mythology as well. And his best friend is actually a native of that group, the Salish peoples. So there's an aspect to that. But if you're into that sort of thing, there's a QR code up here. It'll go away in a minute as we make room for a really important speaker following me. But that QR code will stay over on the mailbox there if anybody wants to check it out. If you have any questions, I'll be around for a little bit this afternoon, either about the history of the building or about my novel. I'll be here to support. Thanks for you all for listening.
Okay, so I'm pretty stoked about this one, and I'm really happy to be able to introduce Rebecca Davis. Rebecca Davis is a documentary producer and a director focused on American community life. She began her career at the New York Daily News, later went on to produce for NBC News, HBO, Vice, Al Jazeera, A&E, and was a supervising producer for season 2 of Vox's Netflix show, Explained. Her latest documentary, Join or Die, premiered at South by Southwest in 2023 and on Netflix in 2024. The film follows the half-century story of America's civic unraveling through the journey of legendary Harvard social scientist Robert Putnam and his groundbreaking Bowling Alone research into America's decades-long decline in community connections. Join or Die was nominated for 2 News and Documentary Emmy Awards and is screened around the world at over 40 film festivals with 500 community events. And speaking from the Daniela team, I heard about Join or Die from some other podcasts and was like, we gotta get him on our podcast, Daniela. They have so much to say. It doesn't seem like it might directly intersect with cult stuff, but definitely does directly intersect with cult stuff. And Rebecca and her brother were so awesome and joined us. And I think that's part of the reason we're all here today, because we were listening to the podcast after it aired and talking about it, talking about what we learned from the conversation overall. And seemed like what we needed to do was get people involved with each other face to face and start showing up regularly. And so here we are in this room and in the room below us, where this is also streaming, and on the internet where people are watching online, and we are trying to create community and sustainable community and regularly connecting with each other. So I'm about to introduce Rebecca, but I would like to note that please do not record Rebecca's slides because they are not meant to be living anywhere on the internet because of copyright related things. So take pictures of her, but not her slides. Thank you so much. And Rebecca, let's get your stuff up here.
You can take photos of any of the flat slides. It's just unfortunately the movie itself. So we're gonna play a couple clips from the film, and that's the only thing that unfortunately we can't have on YouTube at different places. But any of the slides are just stats and static version. Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and I'm so honored to be here today and spend this time with you all. I might see if I can get this microphone.
Yes, and speak directly into it so they can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sometimes I like to pace, just to make sure that is on offer. So I'm going to start out talking about this graph. This is a graph that has haunted me for the last almost 10 years now. And it's a graph that really ended up changing the course of my life. So this is a graph of club meeting attendance. And if you look up there in the top left, that's the average number of clubs, club meetings that Americans attended in 1975. So in 1975, you meet an American on the street, they have probably been to 12 club meetings on average that year. Some a little more, some a little less. Scoot on down here to almost 2000. So this is the year I'm getting ready to graduate from high school in 2001. And you can see that that graph has really taken a nosedive. So we're getting a little bit closer. It's dropped by 2/3. So now your average American you run into on the street has gone to a little closer to 4 club meetings over the course of the last year. So I have it up on this graph, and I was like, that doesn't seem to be great. Looking at some other data kind of around this same idea, this is the year I graduated from college, so 2005. This is asking kind of a similar question a different way. Did you attend a club meeting in the past year? So this is just any club meeting. So in 1976, you walk up to an American on the street, did you attend a club meeting last year? over half of Americans would have affirmatively said, yes, I did attend a club meeting. By 2005, that has been cut in half. So only 33% of Americans are saying, I attended a club meeting, and 2/3 of Americans have been to none then. And then fast forward a little bit more to 2017, and this is when I decide, I really need to do something about this data that is haunting me, that I feel like should be in our headlines every night and isn't. This Pew Research Center survey comes out, and Pew asks Americans, are you active in community groups and organizations? So this is, 3 years before the COVID pandemic. They're asking Americans, are you a member of a church group? Are you a member of a hobby group, a charitable or volunteer organization, a book club, a group for veterans? And then they even have the option to check other type of group or organization. So that means, they're not just going for the usual suspects. You can check, I'm a member of another club you might not even know to think about. So a very wide survey of community involvement. And 43% of Americans say 0. So at this point, 2017, almost half of Americans are saying, almost half of Americans in 2017 are saying they're active in 0 organizations. So 43%. And this brings us up to, this is where we're at last year, just if people are kind of curious. So it's around 2017, I'm like, I'm gonna do something about this, but just to kind of place us in the present moment, that 43% of Americans saying they don't belong to anything, because unfortunately we're now at around 57%. This was a Social Connection in America survey that came out last year. So 50% of Americans saying they do not belong to any club or organization. So around the time of the Pew data that's asking, are you involved in anything? It's 2017. I am working as a news producer for NBC News, and I'm flying around to kind of different parts of the US every week covering stories, in urban areas, rural areas, north, south, east, west. And no matter what community I am dropping into, I'm seeing a lot of buildings that look like this. So this is an old Oddfellows Hall in downtown Santa Ana, California, boarded up. This would have been, at a time, a vibrant kind of community space where a community group would have been meeting up. And I'm seeing on the ground symptoms of kind of this data that I'm feeling concerned about. And I'm wondering, is there a connection between kind of, as I'm going out talking to a lot of Americans and honestly covering a lot of really tough stories, a lot of stories about, rising numbers of opioid addiction. I'm covering school shootings, rising suicide numbers. And I'm wondering, is there a clue, in this data to kind of some of these symptoms, on the ground? And so I team up with my younger brother, actually Pete, in 2017. And we start working on a project, and I'm working on it just nights and weekends, outside of my day job as a journalist. And that project will end up becoming a film that's called Join or Die. The film came out in 2023. And the tagline of the film is, this is a film about why you should join a club and why the fate of America depends on it. And this is a little opening scene from the film that I'm going to play just to kind of give us a sense for what we're talking about. You're going to hear my little brother's voice because he actually ended up being the narrator of the film. And I'll talk a little bit more about why after this. Does that work?
Cranky.
We have any Wi-Fi issues? Okay, I can try to get it in the video player if it's not playing. Oh, there we go. Sorry.
Great.
Just put the speaker wherever the volume is coming from.
Give us just 2 seconds. Right now it's on the speakers.
Technical error.
Yeah, wherever the sound's coming from, we need the microphone there.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah. Oops. Now I have my super slides. Okay. Pause for a additional talking moment.
Well, I guess maybe I could throw it to you all while we're waiting. I would love to hear, are there any groups or organizations that folks in the audience are a member of that want to share?
Sorry, I just had a question.
Yeah, sure.
I was just wondering, I haven't seen your documentary.
Yeah.
Has there been any research on what the underlying assumptions about joining an organization have been over the last couple of years? Are we associating organizations with maybe corrupt groups or unpleasant pressure groups? What's going on with that shift, in your opinion?
The shift in terms of
people not wanting to.
Why are they not wanting to join?
Is it a lowering of awareness, or is it a change in how we?
Yeah, that is the $1 million question, and I will talk a little bit more later on in the presentation about. This is this question of why, right? And we don't want to be joining groups that I know many folks here today. This is a big topic of conversation. Groups that fall into the realm of not being healthy, right? Not building up kind of our good civic muscles, the things that help us participate in democracy in a healthy way, help us, feel called to action, to push our country to be better, to push ourselves to be better. And that really is, a very fine line that we kind of need to constantly be navigating, as troubles with human nature can end up pulling us to the dark side. But I will talk a little bit later about kind of, some of these mechanisms that are at play. The short answer is, I think these are very complex kind of, systematic. Here we go. Okay.
The background of the American story.
We'll come back to that.
Behind the presidents and wars, recessions and moon tides, scientific breakthroughs and social movements. Our clubs. Clubs like Charleston's Phyllis Weekly Club, founded in 1916 to discuss books and serve the community. Or Ben Franklin's Junto Club, which met every Friday evening in Philadelphia for philosophical debates. Or the California Coast Girls Surf Club, launched in 1961 to gather young women to ride the South Bay waves. It's clubs that bring together just a few people in continent-sprawling, multi-chapter federations. It's Americans coming together with their neighbors to worship, with their classmates to celebrate, and with their co-workers to strike. American club life was once so thriving, we had clubs inside of clubs. Check out W.E.B. Du Bois's membership cards, and Eleanor Roosevelt's. Where did Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak talk shop before founding Apple? At the Homebrew Computer Club. Where did Frederick Douglass first ask, what to the slave is the 4th of July? At a meeting of the Rochester Ladies Anti-Slavery Sewing Society. And who helped a nation of immigrants get on our feet in our new home? It was clubs. When the Frenchman Alexis de Tocqueville came to study America in the 1830s, he reported back, wherever at the head of some new undertaking, you see the government in France, or a man of rank in England, in the United States, you will be sure to find an association. There is no America without clubs. But what happens when a nation built on associations stops saying, sign me up, and start saying, I'm not really a joiner. This is a film about why you should join the club, and why the fate of America depends on it.
So that voice you heard narrating that first section, so that's my younger brother Pete. He was a student of this gentleman right here, Robert Putnam. He wrote a book called Bowling Alone. This book came out in 2000, and so in 2017, when I was really starting to go crazy over these graphs, Pete had been a student of Robert Putnam, so he'd been in his class in 2010. So he had a personal connection to Robert Putnam. And Robert Putnam really was one of the first in this book, Bowling Alone, to kind of raise the alarm bells on some of this data. That first graph I showed is actually from Robert Putnam's book, Bowling Alone. So Pete and I approached Robert Putnam together, and it's actually the year he's retiring from teaching, about the possibility of kind of revisiting this book that really had a viral moment when it came out in the year 2000. Really revisiting it in film and kind of opening up these questions again about our civic life and civic participation. And the reason Bob had such a big impact on my brother's life as a student, he really changed his life. And the question my brother and I asked ourselves is, how do we take this class and get it out to every American so they can kind of take this class with Bob? And what was so, shifting in perspective of that class was, my brother was a political science major, and, often we're asking this question, so much attention in this, especially in the media, who is the president, of the United States is just dominating all conversation around politics. And what Bob asked students in his class to ask is, well, that is important, yes. But we're also not talking about, while we're pulling all that attention to Washington, is this question of who are the presidents in your town? Who is the president of the Rotary Club? Who is the president of the women's group in your organization? And what role do they have to play also in the direction that our democracy is going? Interestingly, Bob started his work actually in Italy, so not in the US. He spent the first 20 years of his career as an expert in Italian government. There was this incredible kind of natural political science experiment that happened in Italy in the 1970s, where all power in Italy up until the 70s was centralized in Rome. And in the 1970s, they made a decision to decentralize power from Rome to these 20 regions of Italy and set up regional governments. So similar to if you're able to study the United States, right, as it was getting all its states, up and going off the ground from day one, and ask yourself, which does better, Virginia versus California. And so Bob gets on the ground, in year one and kind of starts comparing these 20 regions in Italy. And the somewhat ambitious question he's asking is, what makes democracy work? So which of these regions will end up being more successful as a local democracy in terms of citizens saying they trust the government and have faith in the government to kind of get things done, and all the things that we like to see in kind of a functioning democracy. And so he spends time researching those 20 regions, and he's asking this question: what makes democracy work? And he's looking at all of these different factors. Is it kind of the usual suspects? Economics. Is it going to be the wealthiest region of Italy that ends up having the highest functioning democracy? And he looks at that, and there seems to be some correlation between wealth and high functioning democracy. Then he asks the question, is it education level? So can we study the education level of different Italians in the north versus the south, and the region with the higher education level, will they end up having the highest functioning democracy? Again, some correlation there, but not fully convincing. What he ends up finding, to his surprise, that has the highest correlation between high functioning democracy and area that he was digging into, the highest wasn't economics and it wasn't education, it was bocce clubs. Not bocce clubs directly, but the regions that had the most vibrant civic life. So regions where the citizens were saying, I'm a member of organizations, whether it was bocce or a football club or a choir or other type of institution. So the region with the most thriving civic life had a very, very high direct correlation to high functioning democracy. And that ended up being the northern region of Italy, the Emilia-Romagna, and Calabria ended up having lower kind of civic community life and lower reports of functioning democracy. So Bob had a correlation, right? These two things seem to line up, but he didn't have a mechanism yet. So he had to figure out, well, why? What is it about having that vibrant civic life that's making these democracies function better? And that's where he stumbles upon this idea.
Our idea of social capital is so simple, I'm almost embarrassed to say it sometimes. It is that social networks have value. Physical capital is simply some tool, like a screwdriver. And so you invest in buying screwdrivers, and you can repair more bicycles more quickly. Now, economists invented the term human capital to refer to training and education. So just as you could invest in a screwdriver and repair more bicycles more quickly, you could go to auto mechanic school and learn a lot, and that education would make you more productive. Social capital simply says the same you with the same tools and the same training can get more done if you work in an organization or you live in a community where there are productive connections with other people. The reason that social networks will work is that they mean that if you cheat somebody, other people will hear about it. So the more I lose by cheating, and therefore the more likely I am to be honest. That leads to the core idea of reciprocity, which is, I won't cheat you if you don't cheat me. There's what's called specific reciprocity, that is, if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. But much more powerful is what evolves in a context with large numbers of people connected to one another, is a norm of general response. That is, I'm going to be nice to you just because you're in this community and you're likely to be nice to me. Well, that's a huge deal. If you can have generalized reciprocity in a community, that community can be enormously more productive because they don't have to be constantly checking up on one another. I'll do for you without expecting something right back from you, because down the road somebody else will do something for me. And anyhow, we'll always see each other in core practice. Social capital produces trust, and the trust produces lots of good things.
So Bob has his mechanism at this point, 20 years of a massive, massive study of what makes democracy work in Italy. And, Bob's getting kind of towards, the mid to later part of his career at this point. He comes back to the US, he's done a massive study in Italy. He's known as a well-known Italian or American social scientist studying in Italy, and he's unearthed this kind of mechanism that's started to become a larger part of the conversation as far as what makes democracy work. This idea of social capital, trust, and reciprocity with our neighbors. And he now has this lens as he's back in America, and he's has this lens as he's looking out on the U.S. This is where Bob's wife, Rosemary, actually comes into the story.
One morning, Rosemary came to the breakfast table and showed me the local newspaper that showed that membership was falling in the PTA in Lexington, where we live. At the time, I thought, wait a minute, doesn't everybody always belong to PTA? First of all, we wanted to know, is it true beyond Lexington, Massachusetts? And it turned out it was happening everywhere. And that led you to say, well, if it's true for PTAs, I mean, is it true for other groups? My dad had been a member of the Kiwanis Club, so I said, I wonder if it's true for the Kiwanis Club. we began to see we were on to something here. There was something going on.
To get the most possible enjoyment out of your bowling, by all means join a team and bowl in a league.
Not too long after, Bob was chatting with someone who happened to own a bunch of bowling alleys.
He said there has been a huge decline in membership in bowling leagues. It turns out if you bowl in a league rather than not bowling in a league, you drink 4 times as much beer and eat 4 times as many pretzels, and the money in bowling is not in the balls and the shoes, it's in the refreshments. And so we're in a strange situation, having actually more people coming through our doors to bowl, but our revenue is plummeting because they're coming individually, they're not coming in a league. And I thought, oh my God, that's really interesting. So I wrote the paper over a weekend, actually. Usually I get comments back from 3 or 4 of my friends saying, Bob, interesting idea, but you forgot about this. But this time, I got comments from 1 million people. Everybody wants to talk about, have you read Bowling Alone? 2 separate op-eds were published by the 2 leading political pundits in America. The phone is ringing off the hook. People Magazine called, and they want to do a spread. Oh, come on, are you serious? People Magazine?
A fascinating article appeared by Robert E. Putnam. The Americans have stopped joining up and have decided to go it alone.
So Bob, he has a little bit of like a viral moment, right? That wasn't super in our terminology yet, but when this shorter kind of paper comes out about Bowling Alone, and it hadn't yet become the almost 500-page book that it would later become. And he had some like early large data sets that he was looking at. After his wife kind of tipped him off to like PTA numbers aren't looking good, and he's kind of digging around on kind of the easy stuff to find, right? So large data sets that our government is tracking. So union membership, for example, a way many Americans used to belong at work. So 1950, 30%, 2000 now. It's down just above 10. I think, now it's down closer to 6 or 7%. So he's saying, we're not belonging at work as we did at a time. Religious membership, another very large survey. In the 60s, that's up around 80% by 2000. It's dropped, almost 20 percentage points during the pandemic. That went below 50% for the first time. So he's getting a lot of signs that, these trends aren't looking great across a lot of measurements, but there is always this question, right? Maybe we're not filling the pews, but we're finding spiritual fulfillment somewhere else. Maybe we're not a member of the Kiwanis or the Rotary because it might not be, speaking to, our times, but we're forming other community groups that are being captured in that data. That's really what he wants to make sure he's being thorough about and getting to the bottom of.
The Roper Center. The Roper Center is the oldest social science data archive in the world and the largest collection of public opinion data in the world. The collection includes over 25,000 data sets and also a database of questions from US national polls. That's 800,000 questions dating back to 1935. So this box is documentation from Roper reports polls from the mid-70s that Bob Putnam used to Bowling Alone.
It turned out that for maybe 20 years, the Roper organization had asked a standard set of questions every year to a big national sample of Americans. They were a very broad range of things. In the last 12 months, have you been to a public meeting? Any kind of public meeting? That's going down too. But also looked at things like, in the last 12 months, have you been an officer or a committee member of any organization? Not just politics, but any organization. I remember thinking, oh my God, maybe I am right after all. Just look at those data.
when we would find trends that seem to fit the thesis, the very first thing Bob would say is we need to kick the tires on this. Meaning, he wanted to make sure that that trend was real.
Find something interesting to say and say it in an interesting way.
Lucky for Bob, someone else was collecting data on Americans too. Ad agencies. DDB Needham wasn't polling Americans to advance social science. They were helping companies sell more stuff.
It does look appetizing, doesn't it?
Some of their clients sold condiments. So one of the questions they asked was, how many times last year did you go on a picnic? I now have discovered the National Picnic Archive.
Turns out in 1975, Americans picnicked on average roughly 5 times a year. By 1999, it was down to 2.
Well, wait a minute, this is unbelievably good news.
Well, maybe not for picnicking.
Now we can look at trends not just in organizations, we can get measures of informal connections. How many times last year did you go to a dinner party? They thought they could hone in on the market for napkins by knowing something about trends in holding dinner parties.
Dinner parties were way down too.
How many times last year did you go to a club meeting? Frequency of going to club meetings is down way bigger than anything I would expect. Now think about that for a second. That means in barely a couple of decades, half all the civic infrastructure in America has simply vanished. It's equivalent to saying we're talking about physical capital, not social capital. Half all the roads in America in 20 years just disappeared. Everything that reflects connections with other people are going down.
Okay, so at this point, Bob's pretty convinced, right? He's got not just that formal data, the very large kind of data sets, but he's kind of stumbled upon this great archive also of informal ways that Americans are gathering and those larger type of question sets of, did you attend any kind of public meeting, any type of club or organization? So that brings us to this kind of bigger question at hand, which is usually what people are wondering around this point. Why did people stop joining? Yeah, so I would love to throw it to you all. Like, what are some thoughts?
Well, my first thing when you kind of brought it up and I saw that first graph was like, okay, from the 70s to the 2000s, that's when I was growing up, and no women were entering the workforce before that. But I think, and I don't have data on this, but I think that was when we really saw larger number of women and mothers going back to work, or maybe we saw an increase in dual income homes as opposed to single income.
I think there was a large percentage of women going back to the workforce during that time or joining the workforce for the first time. So there was a large increase in the necessity of dual income homes. I think that connects to capitalism.
Yes.
And whether because of necessity or because of just the desire to work and do something other than be at home with your kids, women now had their own money to spend, and capitalism went, oh, hey, let's market that and give us your money. But also the other part of that I think happened during that time was the increase in the poverty to wealth gap. And so while at the same time you have more dual income homes, they're not necessarily actually making more money or gaining wealth. And so like my parents growing up, just to use myself in this example, we were in clubs, my brother and I went to classes, we went to church, all those types of things. Now, and myself as a parent, I can't afford it because I have 4 kids, and if I want to put them in something, they do, but it's expensive. It's expensive for 4 kids. It's, and the other part of it is, I don't have time. I'm exhausted between my husband and I, and the logistics of having 4 children. I'm just like,
Yes, who has the energy to throw those crucial dinner parties?
Dinner parties are not a thing.
Yes. other thoughts, yeah.
Yeah, if I could just bounce off of that. So for a few years, I was the secretary of our local Democratic committee. And I would look out at our monthly meetings and consistently see a bunch of older people like myself, meaning their kids were already grown, some younger people who didn't have kids yet, and those who had younger kids were wealthier, so they had childcare. I mean, it was a very simple formula, and it played out month after month. Likewise, at our local elementary school, after my kids left, we had a whole bunch of working class Spanish speaking families move into this district.
Yeah.
And what the PTA found was that they had to make it a family affair. These families could not afford to leave their kids at home, so it was, you made sure that the kids were doing a performance at the PTA meeting, which sounds a little weird, but they'd stand up there, they'd sing a song, and you'd have pizza.
Yeah.
And that's how they managed to get these additional families to be able to participate, and they did participate.
I love that one because it's a problem but also a solution.
Yeah, I also just wanted to add, for people my age, I'm like the younger millennials from the older Gen Z era. I think there's also an aspect of like a rise in social anxiety and not wanting to follow through on things.
Yeah.
When I start to get my friends together to do things, it's like maybe 25% of the time.
Yeah, if we aren't working that muscle, it becomes
exactly. It becomes atrophy.
Yeah.
And if you're asking people to do things over and over and over again, the answer is usually no, you stop asking.
Yeah.
And it just becomes reality.
Yeah. I want to do maybe one more, and then I feel like this is a 10-hour. But I'm loving these ideas, yeah.
I just think to be starting this specifically in the meetings, we were seeing like the diminishment of the union movement.
Yeah.
And the increase in like, I think work weeks got a lot more hectic because the whole previous food philosophy really, there was a lot of reward with the way regulations changed around Wall Street. And so it just pushes people to work longer hours and there's not time.
Yeah, so is there kind of cultural kind of morality changes, and what happens when you're not learning democracy in the workplace? How does that lead out into other aspects of your life?
And for folks who would have been unionized, wages didn't keep up with their working longer hours just to make it.
Yeah. So bad and good news. There is not just one answer. I think if there was just one answer that we could go to try to turn around these trends, it would be a problem that we could solve pretty quickly. I'm going to talk a little bit more about kind of some of the like systems thinking around, kind of all of these ideas that kind of were brought into the room around economics, cultural change, demands of work, childcare, policy issues. I do want to share though, another reason this is hard, just one answer is in social science, you don't just need correlation. So, life got more expensive and, we also clubs, because there could be a bunch of other things going on. So it's hard to really pick just when you have two things kind of happening at the same time. You're really looking for something in social science that they call causation. So where you can really see one thing pushing another. And there was one thing that I do want to call out where Bob was able to find that causation mechanism, which he believes to be one of the larger culprits, but among many.
Hungary, Vietnam. Others suggest
Part of the difficulty was that everyone had a different theory about why community was in decline.
Technology, working women, shopping malls, the automobile. Television is an important part of the story too.
At the time, Bob had gathered evidence that one of the big culprits might be television.
in front of the new picture box that's replaced the family radio.
In 1950, almost no American homes had a TV. By 1960, almost every home had a TV.
I don't like being a cultural grouch, but the data are pretty unambiguous here.
Some of the same surveys Bob used to show that we were spending less time at club meetings also showed we were spending more time watching TV. And when Americans were asked whether they agreed TV was their primary form of entertainment, those who definitely agreed went to the least number of club meetings. And those who definitely disagreed went to almost double.
The more TV people watch, the less they went out and connected with other people.
Entertainment television is lethal for social connections. And basically, we're now watching friends rather than having friends.
So this, this is not to say that these other issues that, we're talking about here, economics, policy changes, differences in the workplace, are not also a big part of the story. But this was this one area, where Bob was able to find that causation of people that were watching more TV were saying that they were going to less club meetings. And of course, this was 2000, the book comes out, the cell phone was not, kind of yet on the horizon. We now all carry a small TV with us, most of us, everywhere we go. And where those numbers are at today, so around the time Going Alone came out, your average American was watching about 5 hours of TV a day. We're now spending 10 hours a day, your average American, consuming media. So about half of that is TV time, even if it's on a cell phone or a laptop. And then the other 5 hours of that consuming media time is kind of podcasts, social media. So, as we are looking for places where we might be able to claw back some of that time, I do think this is a place we can kind of be honing in on. But, how should we really think about it? Because, again, it's not going to be as easy as everyone unplug their TV and throw their cell phone in the river and poof, this is going to be magically fixed overnight. We can't study humans, in a petri dish the way you can in other sciences. In social science, we are living beings out in the world. We are part of ecological systems. And our civic life is part of an ecological system. And so this is where I find hope for us, actually, is that these things are interconnected. And so I try to think as we look for solutions to this kind of civic feedback loop. So what has happened in this moment we're in right now is, an example of this, you might see a local newspaper shuts down. Then citizens don't know where to find out about local groups and organizations or local news. The experience of many Americans we've met in touring the film, they tell me, I want to get involved. I don't know what's happening down the street from me. Those groups lose membership, and then those meeting halls, that I showed at the beginning that I was seeing boarded up around the country, close down because they don't have that ecosystem feeding them. But the good news is, if that is part of a loop of collapse, so collapse is accelerated by that vicious cycle, rebuilding can be accelerated by virtuous cycles. And so this was a fun example I came across actually from my personal hometown, not too far from here in Falls Church, Virginia, as I was researching for the film. So this is the public library I grew up with, the Mary Ridley Stiles Public Library. It is still there today, that building in the upper left-hand corner. But what I learned as I dug in on the history of my town is that I never knew who Mary Ridley Stiles was. But it turned out she was the chairman of the library committee of the Falls Church Women's Club in 1990. So there was a big boom in this kind of progressive era around 1919, where there's just a huge boom in club and associational life in America. And it, it's a time very similar to ours. I think most people in this room know as far as kind of inequality, what it was looking like in the US at that time. So Mary Ridley Stiles, as the chairwoman of this library committee, they create a small library that's located in a church. So in a church basement that opens in 1924. They had 2,000 donated books. There was not a public library in the town at the time, and across the US, they, were not, a given in every town. And they staffed that library in the church with volunteers, and it was open for 4 hours each week. And the idea was, let's pool all of our books together and make sure all the children and all the people in our community can share and access them. So that's 1919 to 1924. Mary Riley Stiles passes away, and she donates, some of her money in her passing to the groundbreaking for a new library building in August of 1957. That's named after her. And today now we have this beautiful community space that now is sprouting tons of, clubs. You can meet up at that library, and different groups and associations, and that legacy really continued from seeds that were planted back in 1919 through a club. This last video, let's see, is not showing here. Just see if I can get this directly from Vimeo. If not, we'll move on to the next. I'll be able to get that one. Sorry.
Okay.
There we go. Excellent. So, this is where I think we can really learn a lot from that era. I think there's often a lot of comparing Americans to kind of other countries when we look at our, how we're doing on, community and belonging, and it's easy to say, oh, that's easy to do in X place. We have harder challenges here for XYZ reason. But there's a great example in our own history of a time, that was the time that Mary Riley Stiles was living, when we were in a similar situation and we turned it around through grassroots activism. And so I'm just going to play this last clip.
Why should I have just assumed that?
Sorry.
Why should I have just assumed that social capital only went down? I've been watching the play only from the second act. Back to the first part of the 20th century, and even to the late 19th century, during that whole period, social capital had been going up, not down. Americans every year joining more and more organizations.
Before we were leaving the pews, we were filling them. Before unions were in decline, they were on the march. Successive generations that came of age after 1960 were trusting people less and less. But in the decades leading up to 1960, the opposite was true.
Look, there's a pattern here, I said to myself.
We have two very distinguished guests with us today who just released a groundbreaking book called The Upswing, How America Came Together a Century Ago and How We Can Do It Again.
This isn't the first time that we've been here.
It was called the Gilded Age, and not by accident. That was the last time there was a huge gap between this report.
It was a deeply politically polarized time. The two parties were constantly fighting and gridlocked, and that created for people a real sense that the two parties were useless. It was a time that was very culturally narcissistic. Only the strong will survive. There was a real sense that America was coming unglued.
At the turn of the last century, Americans had a choice. They could have kept going down the path of isolation, distrust, and hopelessness. But enough Americans chose instead to join some clubs.
Paul Harris, who founded the Rotary Club, he moved to Chicago. He didn't know anybody.
Well, suppose I get together with other 20-somethings here and we agree to have lunch once a week.
It started off as 2 or 3 guys getting together, and then the idea sort of caught fire, and there were Rotary clubs everywhere. Then they started to morph their mission from being just about I need connections for myself because I feel lonely, and into the idea of it being a means to give back and change their community.
New groups were forming all across America. In Chicago, Jane Addams spread the American settlement to bring together rich and poor Americans in shared community centers. In Oxnard, California, sugar beet workers organized the Japanese Mexican Labor Association to fight for better working conditions. And in Chautauqua, New York, a minister and a businessman kicked off a nationwide wave of rural tent lectures.
It did not begin in Washington, it did not begin in Harvard. It began in lots and lots of neighborhoods around America, and people trying out different ideas, some of which turned out to be dynamite.
This generation of joiners built dedicated meeting spaces. They designed uniforms and parade floats. They published cookbooks and songbooks. They wrote constitutions and funeral rites. And while many clubs reflected the segregation and oppression of the time, others were using their collective power to fight for a more just America.
So with the collapse of Reconstruction, and it's not even a collapse, it's murdered, it's killed, you see this explosion in Black associational life. It's a period that's marked by unimaginable violence. What are Black folk trying to do? They're building schools, they're building civil rights organizations, they're building cultural institutions. From the end of the 19th century to the mid-20th century, from the founding of the NAACP to the founding of the National Urban League. Before the NAACP, the National Association of Colored Women came out of a women's club movement.
So that's from Bob's latest book, a book called The Upswing. And that's really a time that I'm looking to right now as we kind of try to think about these seeds that we might be able to plant right now to kind of turn around some of these trends. I'd love to hear, does anyone have thoughts about a time when people have raised an issue in your community, and that could be the community of this group that's here today, or something that you're thinking about, and think it could be solved through some type of collective action, or that you're working on today?
I mean, here we are.
Yes,
I'm going to be speaking in another hour or so about Free DC.
Great example. Yeah, if you want to talk a little bit, just briefly about,
It started as four activists getting together and saying things are not going to go well in this coming election, and what will we do afterwards?
Yes.
And they've grown exponentially.
Yes, from 4 people. Yeah.
I have the oven mic.
I know a person in this room who helped get a stop sign installed in her neighborhood for traffic light, because it was dangerous and the crosswalk needed to be protected and it made children not be injured.
Yeah.
I grew up in Fairfax County where there are immersion programs in public schools. One of my local elementary school had a French immersion program that I went through. I grew up speaking French. And eventually it came to a point where there just weren't enough kids enrolling in it.
Yeah.
And it's because the demographics of the town changed. And so there was a movement to change it from French immersion to what is called two-way Spanish immersion, where you pair a native Spanish-speaking kid and a native English-speaking kid together and they teach each other their language.
What a great idea.
It was very controversial. And unfortunately, there is currently only one French immersion school at Fairfax County, and it's in the Bellevue area.
Yeah.
But having the Spanish two-way immersion in our local school, I think it's been really, really good for the local community.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add to it, the principal who was overseeing this change was just dragged through the mud. She dealt with verbal abuse, it was just awful. And basically an organization started by one other parent who didn't like the way she was being treated. I joined the organization, we put up a website, and basically, it really did start with one parent who went in and met with her, and the principal just laid out, these are the demographics, these are the, in a public school, you serve the kids who walk through the door. These are the kids we have to serve. And it was just one mom who started working on it, and others joined her.
Nice. We have some folks on the live stream who would like to contribute.
Yeah, okay, I'm letting them know. Okay, here we go. Give me a minute. Let me scroll back. Because they were answering you, which is actually really cute because you can't see it.
That's great. Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, it was awesome. Okay, so, Ms. Tubby Tooth said Center for Common Ground has been doing some great work here in Virginia.
Center for Common Ground.
Okay, to activate voters, especially Black voters, finding out what they need and building local power. There was Ms. Tubby Tube also said, I've been thinking of a knitting crocheting club where we can take turns sharing a book or video relating to democracy activism / activism. Available in the evening for those working during the daylight.
I love that.
Yeah, those are the two that I caught.
Wonderful.
They're participating, actually, literally while you were talking, showing, so it's.
I love it, and I want to keep those ideas going in the live stream chat too.
I have one more, which I think is really cool.
Yes.
So I live in New Orleans where there is no glass recycling. So a nonprofit called Glass Half Full decided to monetize / self-fund a recycling program, and they have been incredible, and they're using the glass to use coastal restoration. So
Amazing.
yes, they're really cool people. And if anyone wants to learn more about them, reach out to me. But really interesting way to solve the problem. Where everyone's like, what do I do with my wine bottles? I guess I'll just throw them away.
I love it.
So
I love it. This is always a hard one to show to groups in Washington too, because Bob says in that clip, the answer is not going to come from Washington. It's not going to come from Harvard. But I mean, our point here that he's making is, there are solutions in our backyard, and if Washington is your backyard, as we, so wonderfully have free DC here, that is the backyard you're playing in. And, I think one thing that really frustrated me as I was leaving, my job at NBC in the mainstream media is the story of Washington, because of the changes in technology, was drowning out, space for any other kind of stories to take place. And the problems were all far away. And I think, there's a lot of anxiety right now, and a lot of it is warranted. So I don't want to downplay the seriousness of our problems, but I think it's a lot harder to motivate people to a place of action from feeling like they're just going to give up because the problems are big. I think we need to motivate people from a place of inspiration, and a great place that we can find inspiration is in stories, like these of folks in our community who saw a problem and decided to do something about it. So, we've been touring this film now on a big community tour. If you would like to see the film, it's going to be on Netflix for the next month. So you can find it there. Join or Die is the name of the film. And we're also on a big community screening tour. So you can also go to our website, Join or Die Film, and we have a list of upcoming tour stops. We're screening it probably 2 or 3 times a week still all over the country. We've done about 500 community screenings of the film over the last 3 years. The majority of those have been for groups of 25 people or less. So we've tried to make it very accessible, folks, if they can get a group of people together and show the film. And the great thing, for my brother and I, as we've been touring it, is we are learning, amazing things from folks around the country, like folks in this room today, who are turning around these trends. So here's just a couple kind of takeaways that I hope can be helpful, things that we've learned from these community organizers, and hopefully a frame for those of you that are trying to think about kind of how to keep pushing the work forward that you're doing. The first is, the people we spend time with, who we've met through touring the film, they start with a very simple question. And I think especially, someone spoke earlier to these kind of time crunches that many of us have, and someone else spoke to, how to make our meetings more inclusive of folks. They start with the question of, what am I doing alone that I could be doing together? So kind of taking a survey of their life. So if it is knitting alone, could I knit together? If it is cooking dinner alone, could I start a dinner club? If I am doing childcare alone, can I, do a childcare, a babysitter co-op? So starting from that first place of not feeling like you need to create extra time, but how do we kind of bring more community into the activities we are already doing? If it's taking a walk, can you walk with other people? And so, a great example of that, this father, Joe Gonzalez, started the Brooklyn Stroller Club in 2024. He was a new dad. He was feeling, lonely, and he decided to start a group that just other dads getting out with their kids to take a walk, with their strollers. So kind of very simple idea, and one where if you're a new parent crunched for time, it's a chance to kind of bring community into an activity that you're already doing. So there's kind of a bunch of dads, and they're now seeding. I've seen a bunch of other daddy stroller clubs kind of popping up all over the U.S. Kind of in a similar style. So they start with that kind of first core question, and then moving out from that circle. Once they have a group of people together, so once that daddy stroller club is strolling around, they might realize the park down the street, could use some care. And instead of just being one dad pushing their stroller saying, I'm frustrated that this park doesn't look great, now they've got 20 people that they're ready to mobilize to try to do something about it. So kind of moving out from what am I doing alone that I could be doing together. Once you have that group mobilized, they're able to ask, what are the needs in my community? And they can much better meet them once they've got a group together. So, great example of meeting community needs. We've encountered a lot of folks that are building tool libraries. So instead of having 10 houses on the street all have the exact same lawnmower, can we get those tools into a shared library where, we're not only just able to increase our resources, but we're able to connect with people. So, if I need to fix something in my house, I've suddenly then got, 100 people that I can go to kind of get help. So, great example of this tool library in Chicago. We've been seeing these popping up all over, where there's kind of a real sense of kind of shared education and meeting needs in the community. So there's a couple more photos of that group. They also have repair clinics. They have seed exchange in the spring. And then finally, moving out to that larger circle, those groups can not just ask what are the needs and how do I just meet these kind of current needs in my community right now. They can then dream even bigger than that and ask, what direction do I want to start pushing in the world? What isn't here that we would like to see here? And so, great kind of simple example of that is this woman, Molly Adams, in 2016 founded a feminist bird club in New York. They've now got chapters popping up all over, and that came from a feeling that she felt excluded from the birding community. She felt it was older, it was male, she felt like it wasn't welcoming to younger women, and so she wanted to start a birding club that had a different kind of view of how she would like to see the world in terms of inclusion. So that's some of her feminist birders out on a birding walk during the pandemic. And they've now got, this is now a group that popped up in Atlanta. I think they have maybe 26 or so different chapters that have popped up all over. And it all adds up. So that's my message to the folks in the room, kind of how do we start? What am I doing alone that I could be doing together? What are the needs that I can meet in my community? And what is the world that I would like to see? And I think if we kind of work to plant those seeds right now, I'm feeling very hopeful about where we're going to end up. Thanks so much.
This is like a very big honor for me personally because I've been very motivated by it.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you. I'll be following up to see what everyone does.
Yeah, please do. Okay. So, message from downstairs. Please start assembling your blankets together. Instead of just working on your smaller parts, we need to start assembling them together into bigger blankets. Thank you. Is Anita here? Anita, okay, I have your introduction. Anita came to this country as an immigrant and built a career as a software engineer, spending years as a defense contractor. Outside of work, you'll find her playing piano for musical theater, which is her true calling, mine too. Outside of work, you'll find her, she also has many unfinished books at home waiting for her retirement. But what really defines her right now is this. She showed up to her first protest on Earth Day, April 2017, and on May 1st, she started her real activism journey and hasn't stopped since. So Anita, come on up.
Thank you. Can I take this down?
Yes.
All right, great. Hi, everybody. Hi. How are you all doing? Good. All right. Today has been so amazing. I have a lot of stuff written down for my speech, but then everybody else has talked about them already, so I'll try not to be repetitive. My name is Anita Carey, and I came to this country in 1976, 77, when I was 10. So I am an immigrant. How many of you are immigrants? Yeah, there are a couple. All right. For those of you who were born here, how many of you are related to immigrants? All right, a lot of us, right? A lot of us. Yeah, immigrants built this country. We are every bit a part of America. And all of us are not far from immigrants. So I want to talk a little bit about what America looks like from outside of America. And those of you who came here will probably relate to this. I was born in Taiwan, and then when I was 3, we moved to South Africa. And growing up, we were always told, America, it's the shining city on the hill. It's the land of the free. It's the American dream. And when it came time that we needed to move again, my parents picked America because they wanted my brother and me to have the best life possible. And even if the American dream might be problematic, it was real. It is real. And I have lived it. I have come to this country. I got an education. I have had a great career. I have a family. I have actually worked in a defense contractor. So I have built part of the missile systems that protects America. And I'm very proud of that. Right? I'm very, very proud to be an American. And I take very seriously the oath that I took, which our Congress people also take, and our military take, to protect and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. So that America that I had, that we all had, is now burning up. It is in flames. And at this very moment, we're still skating by. We can still go see the doctor if we're sick. We can still go to our jobs, but at the rate that this country is, the rate that MAGA is burning down this country, we don't have that pipeline of new medical advances, of science, of education. They are destroying everything. So, what to do about this? So I knew about the women suffragists, and one of the tools they had was a 24/7 vigil. So I actually started looking for one in November 2024. And it wasn't until about March that I found a group that was doing a 24/7 vigil here in DC. And it needed to be in DC because the women, the suffragists, were holding vigil at the gates of the White House. So when I found what was going to become FLAIR, I felt like
I made it, I'm home, this is where I belong. And what Flair does is we are calling for impeachment of Donald John Trump.
Yeah.
I am going to call him by that name from now on, because that is how we refer to serial killers in this country. We say John Wayne Gacy. So I shall always say, we're going to impeach Donald John Trump. And how do we do this? We are given the right to do this by our Constitution. We have the right to call upon impeachment of an elected official who has committed high crimes and misdemeanors. This is not a legal proceeding, it is a job performance review. And Donald John Trump is failing. So we will get rid of him.
Yes.
Yeah.
So to do this, we need to go lobby Congress, because Congress, for some reason, isn't doing it themselves. We need people in the House of Representatives, and we need the senators, right? So impeachment takes place in the House. We need over 50% of the votes, so we need 217. We probably have 140 right now. So we need another.
Unacceptable. Yeah, why is it so low?
We don't know. I don't understand that.
Corporate Democrats suck.
Right. For whatever reason, they are paralyzed, and I truly don't understand why. After impeachment, we need the Senate to do their job. They need to convict so that we can remove. People always ask me, well, we've already impeached Trump twice. What makes this one different? And won't that just make him more powerful? Let me tell you, he is already all powerful. He's a traitor. He is committing treason, and Congress is on bended knee to him. So no, impeachment will not hurt. We have nothing to lose by getting an impeachment. What we have to do is get the Senate to also convict and remove. I was supposed to talk about also calls to action today, but so many of the speakers today have already done an amazing job. So I'm going to call for one action, right? This is the only action that I'm going to call for today, and I hope that you all try to take part in it. We need you to go to your representatives and your senators in your local district and ask for impeachment. So I have done some math about this. You have all heard about the 3.5%, right? Oh yeah, when we get 3.5% of the population to do X, Y, or Z, then change will happen. That is a fallacy, right? That is a fallacy, because we can get 3.5% to show up at a parade, at a march, at a rally. We have already done that. And those are all important, right? We have to have the marches, we have to have the calls, we have to have people connecting, we need morale boosting, we need to know we are not alone. So those are important, but we need to truly move the needle. And to move the needle, we don't really need the 3.5%, whatever that number is. It's like 11 million people, right? Depending if you count the kids or whatnot. All right, so how many people do we really need? We have 435 representatives and 100 senators, right? And those are the offices in DC. And then in their home districts, they each average about 3 or 4 or 5 offices. So when you sum them up, there are about 2,000 offices that we have to go to. Like 2,000 spread out all across the country, including the ones up on Capitol Hill. So if we can get 2 people per day to go to their representatives or senators' offices, and 5 days a week, that's 10 people per office per week, times 2,000 offices, that's 20,000 people. We can get 20,000 people to go to these offices. And how long will this take? It won't take too long. Right? Oh, maybe I have some time Monday morning, so I'm going to go to my representative's office, They'll tell me, oh no, you can't come in without a meeting. Well, you can, right? We elected these people. They have to talk to us. It's part of the First Amendment. We have the right to petition the government to address our grievances. So they have to talk to us. Why is this so important? Why are we calling for impeachment right now? Because this is our last stand. This is it, everybody. This is it. Well, let me ask you all. How many of you think there will be free and fair elections on November 3rd? That there will be free and fair elections. So you think that, so I'm talking about with Trump and MAGA doing everything possible to remove the ability to vote from a lot of people, right? The SAFE Act may be skating by right now, but there are state versions that are going through. They changed the postmark policy. So it's when it gets to the processing, not when it got to your post office. They're now changing when the deadline that you have to register to vote. They're trying to remove the 10% of the people that can make the difference in the elections. I do not think we will have free and fair elections. I personally want Bree Woodson to be in Congress because she's smart and she's capable. But I think you're amazing. But I don't know what will happen at the Georgia polls. Right? That is my concern. So we cannot wait for the midterms because Bree will do the right thing, but not if she can't get there. So we have to all fight this together. This is it. Right? If on November 4th we find that we have a MAGA-led House and a MAGA-led Senate, this American experiment is over. That will be the end. And why is that? Well, we can resist for 20 more years. We might be able to get ourselves out, and we might, because a couple of countries have done it, right? Those would be 20 miserable years, right? Miserable. And we can't let go. We just have to continue to fight. If we will have a civil war, this will be the bloodiest civil war in all of history. There has never been a time in history where a population has had the kind of firepower that we have. In the civilian population, not the military, right? The civilian population, we have 1.5 guns per person. Out of those 1.5 guns, which is, we have 330 million people, right, in the population, that's like 500 million guns. Out of those 500 million, there are 24 million AR-style semi-automatic rifles. Right now, we do not have a Mason-Dixon line. If we get to civil war, it will be neighbor against neighbor. And we cannot do this. We cannot become a country. We cannot kill each other, right? We have to save our country peacefully, lawfully, and constitutionally. We still have that right now. But this is it. This is our last stand. Today is March 8th. The elections are on November 3rd. We have fewer than 8 months to get this done, right? 8 months is nothing. And as everybody knows, if the due date is in November, we cannot start in October, right? It is right now. So my call to you is, please, when you go home, tomorrow, March 9th, my group, FLAIR, along with Citizens Impeachment, Sons of Liberty, we are calling for a national day of lobbying. Go to your representatives' offices. Even if you haven't registered or mobilized, I don't care. We don't care about the splashy record. We don't care about, oh look, FLAIR did this and so many thousand people went. I don't fucking care if we break a record. I want you to all go and talk to your representatives. It's very easy. It's nerve-wracking, but it's easy. Hi, Congressman Panetta, that's mine. I'm here to talk to you because I want you to support impeachment. Well, the congressman, as you know, is the prosecutor, and he looks at everything, But, well, that doesn't matter, it's not helping us, you need to support impeachment. I have seen my congressman 5 times, well, not him, his staffers. So you will most likely speak to a staffer, and that's all you have to say. And then you say thank you, and then you leave. But you go back again the next day, bring a friend, tell your friends, go in there 2 by 2. Let's try to get every office to have 10 visitors a week consistently through November. Okay? This is our last stand. Okay? Please go and talk to your congresspeople. Okay? Thank you.
It slides in.
It slides in.
Yes.
Because I have it, I think it's, oh, that's what it is, okay.
I'm just a streamy person.
You're just the one.
The streamer person. I don't have a thing. You're speaking next, yeah?
We are. I'll
Okay.
start setting up our slides.
Okay, that's a good idea.
That works. So just don't answer your phone. Okay, I see.
We're winging it. I think they need to get the thing put together, so everybody's, that's where their brains are right now. Putting the blanket together. Yeah, just we're flying by the seat of our pants here. We're good. Such a women we got this.
Okay, all right. So we need Lizzie to sign it. I believe. It's her, name of the last one.
You're Mandy, right? Yeah. Oh, you're the last speaker, right?
I can't get into the slides.
She's the last speaker, and then I think there's a closing. Oh, you're locked out? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you are. Okay. All right. All right, let me go look. Okay.
Nothing yet?
All right, give me a minute. All right. Hang on, I have to go find somebody. Everybody hold on tight. That's the only good thing, you can talk to them.
How many states do we have in the room, you guys?
Ohio.
Oregon? Okay, hold on. Sorry, are you guys ready?
No, we're not, this is great, yeah.
Okay, so I heard Ohio, Oregon, California, Massachusetts, Montana, all right, where are you from? New Jersey. Arizona, Virginia. West Virginia, North Carolina, that's 10 so far.
Virginia.
I got Virginia. Pennsylvania. Florida. New York. Tennessee. That's pretty good, y'all. That's 14, so that's almost a third.
Oh, yeah.
All right, are people down to go talk to their Congress committees?
Yeah.
All right, if you're not, go find a friend who's out of Fox.
Who is?
All right, sorry.
Who said Ohio?
I thought I heard Ohio. I know there's Pennsylvania. Sorry, where are you from? I'm from Massachusetts.
I can't get into your laptop to raise that.
Sorry, I had to.
Okay, we're good.
So sorry, everybody. Okay.
We might be at that point at this point. Are you gonna introduce us?
I will, if I can get my.
That's it, I totally get it, because I spent time with How was it in Florida?
Okay.
There are be a lot of people.
Okay, everybody, so sorry. So here we have our 3DC final okay? And we have Stephanie Arden and Mandy Katz, excuse me.
It's gonna do the
Stephanie
same thing,
is
it's
3DC
gonna
Arts
focus.
and Cultures Working Group, is a graphic designer, illustrator, and journalist who's covered DC's art scene for the last decade. Mandy Katz is a historian and writer who moved to DC in 1988. Since joining 3DC a year ago, she's worked to promote yarn bombing as a joyful way to spread its message and build community. I love yarn bombing. I mean, looking at it, I can't get it.
Hi, everybody. I'm Steph. I'm one of the co-leads for the Arts and Culture team for 3DC. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our work and how we specifically use art and craft and craftivism to help advance our goals. So what is 3DC? We are the renewed movement led by the people of the District of Columbia to win dignity for our communities, exert our right to self-determination. For too long, Congress and federal administrations have interfered in DC home rule by overturning our local laws, restricting our local budgets, and imposing their will on the people and communities here. Now, especially for the people who are watching this from far away who are in DC, you might be wondering, what is home rule? And home rule, long story short, is kind of a half measure. Up until the 1970s, people in DC could not vote for president, had all of our city council, mayor, etc. appointed by Congress. Now, I know, wild, right? So crazy. And now it's a little bit better because we can at least elect our own mayor, our own city council representatives, and our own non-voting congressional representatives. And we can vote in presidential elections. But our budgets have to be approved by Congress. Our laws that are voted on by ballot initiative or that are initiated by our legislators can be overturned by Congress. We right now have several $1 million sitting in the bank from our locally collected, not federal taxes that Congress has withheld. The money's there, we just can't use it to fund our schools, to fund our libraries, to fund our roads, all of that. So, bring the digital shot. So, this has always been a problem. But now we have a Congress and a president who are going out of their way to make the situation worse, and we are not willing to accept this anymore. So we are trying to create a movement to win, to fight back against this authoritarian regime. Other movements around the world have done similar things and won. And so we are copying some of those strategies. It's going to be a big effort, but we do believe that we can win this fight. I know that there's been some conversation today about the 3.5% number that percent of the population you need to fight back against authoritarianism. I think that number sometimes is misunderstood. 3.5% does not mean 3.5% show up to No King's Day. 3.5% does not mean, that 3.5% follow us on Instagram. 3.5% means that we have 3.5% of DC's population, that's about 24,000 people, that are actively engaged, that are actively showing up, that are actively going into the halls of Congress demanding action, that are pressuring our local representatives to make change and to fight back against this regime. So when you talk about just a one-day thing or a one-time thing, that's not good enough. We talk about 3.5% for the long haul. Our pillars that we use to guide ourselves are to not obey in advance. And I made this slide really big because this is a really, really important part. So do not obey in advance. Don't let them move the goalposts. Don't do things before you have to. Prioritize joy. That's a really big one. This is a long slog. We're going to be in this for the rest of the Trump administration and beyond. It's a movement, not a moment, as one of our co-founders likes to say. And so we need to make it fun along the way. Taking up space is one of our pillars. This is our city and our country, and we are going to be marking our territory and showing that it is ours, and we're not letting Trump or Congress have it. Organize. Yeah, that's right. Organizing is one of our principles, obviously. Connecting one-on-one with our neighbors, creating groups of our neighbors, building trust among our neighbors, and helping identify people who have shared values and shared goals so that we can meet our goals. And practicing solidarity is another important one. We know that all of our struggles are intertwined. We know that none of us are free until all of us are free. And we refuse to let any groups that are marginalized be used as cannon fodder or be used as a wedge to divide us. So just a brief overview of our structure. We have an advisory council that guides us. We have a leadership team of our co-founders. Just one fact, DC has 4 female co-founders. This is a woman-led movement. All right, that's right. We then have groups for all 8 of DC's wards, and if you do not live in DC proper, but you're in the area, we have working groups for our Maryland and Virginia allies as well. We have working groups like Arts and Culture Group that work on specific issues or projects, and we have our constituency groups where people who have shared identities to get together, like our queer group or our groups for Black Native Washingtonians. And some of the campaigns that we have worked on are against the federal occupation and the National Guard deployment here in DC. We are boycotting Amazon, and that includes Whole Foods and Prime. We are boycotting Target, and we've been doing picket lines at Target locations around the city. I think in Columbia Heights specifically, we're there every Saturday. We have identified groups of local businesses that are aligned with us and share our values, and that are identified as free DC businesses. And we're working on, because it's a big election year here in DC, an endorsement slate of candidates that are aligned with our vision. So the part that's the most fun is that we get to do a lot of cool art projects with this. Art is a big part of the revolution. So on the arts and culture team, we believe in the power of art to connect people, to proclaim our values, to take up space, and to go back to our pillars, to prioritize joy. So we support some of the actions and the events and protests that Free DC organizes with our visuals, music, and entertainment, and we also host our own events and do other projects ongoing. So the past year, we've had so many art battles. We've done them for Pride, we've done them against the National Guard occupation, we've done them for our walkout day that we did in January, we've done them in support of federal workers, against Donald Trump's state Peace Prize that he did at the World Cup draw, No King's Day, and so many more. We've taught people how to make their own free DC swag and signs and t-shirts and totes. We've participated in the Home Rule Festival. We've hosted some open mic nights. We've had artist mixers and meetups. We recently did a Melania Antoinette protest at the Kennedy Center against her documentary premiering there. We've folded thousands of zines. We work with the local craft store and gathering space near Pin to host crafting afternoons. We have a free spirits group, which supports the Washington Spirits soccer team. And we have also done other swag parties and crafting events. So I'm just gonna share some photos that we've had. This was our very, very first art build that we did actually almost exactly a year ago to the day. We had people doing silk screening, painting banners. This is from some other art builds that we have done, creating banners to bring to actions, people making their own protest signs. I love this photo in the middle of the girls working on the butterflies. That was something that we brought butterflies to a immigration-focused action because the butterfly is a symbol of migration. We've done these fill-in-the-blank signs that kids have decorated and then we pasted around in different neighborhoods. We've done, demanding that we get our money back from Congress, our home, our rules. Lots and lots of swag, patches, safety vests, t-shirts, some open mic puppetry, chalk events, and some of our free spirits games that we've been at with everybody showing up in their free DC merch, and we passed out yellow cards to get people chanting free DC at the 51-minute mark in honor of making DC the 51st state. And some photos from the aforementioned Melania Antoinette protest. It was very fun. This was right in the middle of snowpocalypse called the Snow Queen, but we had a small but mighty group that showed up on a snowbank to wear their finest, wear Marie Antoinette wigs, and protest Bezos' bribe for Melania's documentary. And now I'm gonna pass it on to the actual knitting expert because I can't knit myself.
Thank you, Steph. I'm Mandy, and it's an honor. It's humbling to be sharing the podium with all these rock star organizers and candidates. I'm not an organizer. I'm just a cog in the free DC machine, but I'm here at the microphone with Steph because I'm a cog who helped organize Free DC's yarn bombing group. And some of my colleagues are here today too, and they're all rock stars. My actual first Free DC role was wheat pasting, which is slapping up posters with homemade glue and cheap paintbrushes that spreads our message of resistance and hope and joy. And we call it marketing. And when I heard about yarn bombing, I thought, well, how could my love for knitting help us market and reach our expand our reach and our volume? And I began looking for what I call comrades in yarns. Thank you. Yeah. So we came up with a pattern. It will surprise no one in this room that I found angry stitchers everywhere. Some were in Free DC already, and others opted to join because of the yarn bombing. So together we stitch messages, some of what you see here. We follow our pattern, which lives on Ravelry, and you can get QR codes for that. I'll have one. But also from our own designs. We communicate with one another and encourage one another in a group chat, and we've started meeting monthly in person to trade tips and ideas and materials and encouragement. We go out solo and in small groups to post our creations, and those of our comrades who can't post their own, and we scan them liberally. And the important thing is that we then post them on social media and we save them in a Flickr account because we are resigned to the reality that very few of them will stay up for very long. And to find the essence of angry knitting, you could just look around our occupied city for all the people fumbling with needles and crochet hooks, even on very cold days, to loop these messages of resistance to signs and fences and benches. And also in the stitchers who don't live in DC who send us material that we can yarn bomb. They can download our pattern. We have a PO box, they can send it to us. We used to feel nervous when we went out to sew our yarn box up around town, especially because the city is occupied. But being in community, as you see here, gives us courage. And connecting around craftivism increases our resolve. Yarn bombing also stitches us to people we might otherwise not have met. I've made so many new friends through it. It boosts our solidarity and it strengthens the fabric of Free DC itself. And if you use our pattern, you can be a part of this fabric too. You can mail us your yarn bombs or hang them yourself. Anywhere really, because it's a message that everybody needs to hear. But sometimes I wonder, whatever happened to just knitting pretty sweaters and hats? It's too easy for someone like me to dream while I stitch of going back to a more peaceful time and the privilege of ignoring politics. A time without projects that are damaged with our tears for Alex Preddy and Renee Good and DC's own Julian Bailey, who was shot by US Marshals. A time when we weren't searching Ravelry for fuck ice patterns. But all of this has made clear that that before time wasn't actually peaceful and it wasn't just. That we were needed for democracy and resistance all along. We were needed to look out for our neighbors. The hatred that Donald Trump has surfaced and that MAGA reveals to even the most comfortable among us is a fight that didn't just start in 2016. It hasn't been going on for years, hasn't been going on for decades. It's been a fight that's lasted centuries. So shame on me for being clueless, I know. But thank you, Donald Trump, for waking me the fuck up. No thanks, really, to Donald Trump for anything. And I wasn't entirely checked out. Pretty sweaters or no, I've been hating on the right wing since Ronald Reagan. But I am thankful for for a deeper consciousness that this regime has sparked. I'm thankful for the angry energy that led 4 brave women to form today's Free DC, and for desperate energy that led me to find them a year ago. I'm thankful for the comrades who turned into friends, new communities. I'm not dying, I'm joining. And groups like my Yarn Bombers and the Angry Knitting. I'm especially thankful for my new awareness of craft and women in craft and the power that they exert together. That power was embodied in the totemic red resistance caps that the Nazis tried to ban in Norway, and some people have been wearing around here today. It's embodied in 4 generations of quilt making in G-Bend, Alabama, shown on this slide. People who turned worn scraps into art that has spoken to millions of Black resistance. And it's embodied in unforgettable harmonies that came out of 1960s anti-war movement, civil rights, and other resistance. That same power resonates in this message of survival, emblazoned on another scrap of cloth, a rough sack that a woman named Rose gave to her 9-year-old daughter Ashley in 1852, when their enslavers sold Ashley away. Rose put in it a lock of her hair and some nuts for the road, and she filled it with love and fury. And in that sack, as historian Tia Miles writes in this book, All That She Carried, Rose, quote, gathered all of her resources, material, emotional, and spiritual, and packed an emergency kit for the future. How do we know that? Through the power of craft. This embroidered history on the sack was stitched by Ashley's granddaughter, Ruth, right on the sack she inherited in 1921. And like Rose and Ruth, we craftivists are creating emergency kits for the present and for generations to come. We mothers and sisters and lovers of liberty, we weave our emotional and material resources into messages for the future, and messages that inspire people around us now. Here in Washington, we voice a call first heard decades ago from local civil rights icons. You can say it with me, Free DC. Free DC. Steph.
I'm gonna leave this up for a second so that people can grab this QR code in the room for the pattern. Everybody get it who wants it?
Wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
All the instructions, like, okay, Ravelry.
Can you find it? You just search on Ravelry?
And we have it on the table in next room.
Oh, okay, amazing, yes. All right, great. Okay, so if all that sounds cool, good, and you want to get involved in Free DC, here's how. So if you are in the area, attend an orientation if you haven't already. We have them in person and in virtual. We regularly update our calendar to have them, the next one will be listed on there. Once you've done that, you can join up with some of these working groups, your ward group, and the next step after that would be then attending a non-cooperation training. And actually, some of our orientations are combined with non-cooperation training. And when you attend orientation, you can hear a little bit more about just our long-term planning, what our goals are, how we intend to reach them. And if you are not in the DC area, like Mandy said, nail your yarn bombs, send them more yarn and supplies that they can use, but also circulate our petitions online. Join our Amazon and Target boycott. And since you are lucky enough to have a voting representative in Congress, call them, email them. When enough people call and tie up their phone lines, it actually works a lot of the time, especially if they're sympathetic and a little bit swayable on the line. Calling the office works. It really, really works. And then if you're here, show up and bother them in person. It's actually really cathartic to do that, I can say from experience.
Yeah.
And also, follow us on social media so that you can keep up with what we're doing. And I'm just gonna leave with one closing thought, which is that there's a lot of times people in a moment like this think that showing up or fighting back means waving a sign and walking on the National Mall. And that's important. Those days like No King's Day are important. I think it is important to get together and to have that energy in a large crowd and to get together with like-minded people to show our strength in numbers. But that's not where the work begins and ends. And what we're doing right here is the work. One of the pleasures I've had with DC is getting to meet people who work for USAID or who work for pro-democracy organizations around the globe. And the thing that they have all said is they're like, when I was working in a foreign country trying to stop an authoritarian regime that was on the rise, I wasn't like doing policy. I was organizing arts festivals. I was organizing concerts. I was organizing craft exhibits and having craft meetups, especially to preserve handicraft traditions. So this is what we would do if it was happening somewhere else. So that's what we're gonna do here. So I know that this crowd is already doing craftivism, it's already doing that work. So please, keep up the good work. Thank you.
I'm here just to say thank you all so much for being here and being a part of this amazing event. And also, we still have our walk to finish with the knitting. And I know we've all heard people reference our anonymous organizer who has been extraordinarily helpful in this. And I know you're watching, Anonymous, and I just want you to know how much we're thinking of you. And so I'm going to hand over the microphone to Danielle and close it out.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being here, for doing the work, and especially those of you who brought friends. We really, really, really appreciate it. I have this really cool realization. So I studied in Germany in college. I studied empire because my life is perfect. And if I had told Germans to send in a specific granny square pattern, I would have got 4,000 Prague granny square patterns. And I know we like to compare ourselves to the Germans right now, and it is important to know our history. But Americans are loud, colorful assholes who don't do what we are told. And that is the beauty of America. And if you look at these blankets we're stitching together, I think that's pretty amazing. We're making something beautiful that literally none of us could have done by ourselves. So thank you so much. We are all here today because of one person, and it's not me, it's Anonymous, who devoted almost full time to planning this for the last 4 months. Never met a more impressive project manager in my life. She's written a pretty amazing poem. Together We Win by Anonymous American. To the heroes we worship, taught from day one, who captained the warships and told us we won. The owners, the keepers, the founders, the ones who led brigades while we cried a trail of tears, who built the cages and controlled us with fear. We are the people. We are the flag. We've torn down your steeples. We've dressed in drag. You built a system, not for us. You kept us separate. We sat at the front of the bus. Your articles left the best of us out, but then we opened our mouths. We beat you once. We beat you twice. We beat you 27 times. The ones you called the slave and the savage, the woman and the child. We used our advantage and made you more mild. With work to do and hope to spare, we will fight you if you dare. We beat you once. We beat you twice. We beat you 27 times. We will gather and we will write. We can imagine 29. Will 30 be the final straw? With liberty and justice truly for all? Will 35 be pro-life? Or will we have reproductive rights? America is us at our worst. The best of us will break this curse. A constitution not carved in stone, amendments on parchment, and decades to go. The ideals once claimed on a battlefield renamed, the principles taught from grade 1, we have failed in innumerable ways, and in some, the people have won. What more can we do? What more can we be? What if we lived what we preach? A curse of divide, too many below, a rising tide, and a long way to go. The worst parts from the worst of us, the best parts from the best. We are studying. We will pass this test. It will look different because we are indignant, and we have come this far. We'll hold hope while you sow fear. On our side, all are welcome here. All right, folks, now it's gonna be time to get to stitching real hard. We wanna get these all formed up into blankets. We have a leader for our march named Ryan Latman. And right around 4:30, we're gonna wanna start marching out the door. If you wanna walk with us, it's gonna be about a 10-minute walk. We're gonna form up in front of the Museum of Natural History, but on the mall. It's right near the Smithsonian Metro Station. We need each blanket to have threads attached in the corners, because once we get out there, we're gonna tie all the blankets together, and then we are gonna parade down the mall to the Capitol. And we would also love it if each person would please tie one strand of yarn onto the Not Today Fascism banner, because we want to have that as a representation of everybody coming together today. Thank you all so much for being here. Never in my wildest dreams did I think we were going to raise $20,000. Turn out 300 to 400 people. We had 50 solidarity events going on around the nation. And literally pulling together a physical thing that none of us could have done on our own. I'm really humbled and honored, and going to be hitting up these same networks when it's voting time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks everybody on the internet for playing with us today. We will be back to live stream the march.